Come over the sea. Come with a palo and bridal dress, shapeless and pie finesse. Come with Artemis, silken shawl, and washed thy white thigh, beautiful God in the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness sweeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bowl of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come on, let's see, and call me, 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 and call me. Let's see, devil of God, to me. My man, come with trumpets sounding shrill, while the hill come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, and mine are right by who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no bounds to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an aspen. Come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galley fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Some lust of a lie. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Oh, penny, oh, penny, oh, penny, oh, pine, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, Romans, Bacchus, with fawns and parts, and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards, on a milk-white ass, come over the sea. Come with a palo and bridal dress.
Than their husbands, and I find that
promise our ransom, running circles inside my mind. We promise our ransom, running circles inside my mind. We promise our ransom, running circles inside my mind. We promise our ransom. And Pythoness, come with Artemis, silk and shawl, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful.
Fill with me some lust of the light, oh men, my men, come careering out of the night. Oh Pan, Eopan, 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 come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fawns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk-white ass, come over the sea to me, come with Apollo in bridal. Shepherdess and Pythoness, come with Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful god, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the starlit snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the trampled grove, the marlet bowl of the living tree, that is spirit and soul, and body and brain, come over the sea. Eopan, devil or god, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill, come with drums low muttering from the spring, come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no mouths to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer begetter. Hello? Fill with me some lust of the light, oh men, my men, come careering out of the night. Oh Pan, Eopan, 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 come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fawns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk-white ass, come over the sea to me, come with Apollo in bridal. Shepherdess and Pythoness, with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the trampled grove, the marlet bowl of the living tree, that is spirit and soul, and body and brain, come over the sea. Upon devil or God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill, come with drums low muttering from the spring, come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an axe. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer world begetter. Fill with me some lust of the light, oh man, my man, come. Into pantry with lissom lust of the light, oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Oh pan me, oh pan me, oh pan me, oh pan, come over the sea, from Sicily and from Arcady. Rooming as Bacchus with fawns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards, on a milk-white ass, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness, come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the trampled grove, the gnarled bowl of the living tree, that is spirit and soul and body and brain, come over the sea. Lord God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill, come with drums low muttering from the spring, come with flute and come with pipe, am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter.
I'm to pan through with lissom lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Oh pan me, oh pan me, oh pan me, oh pan, come over the sea, from Sicily and from Arcady. Bacchus with fauns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk-white ass come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful god. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount, dip the purple of passionate prayer. In the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain come over the sea. Devil or God, to my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devour, I'll be getter. Learn to pan, thrill with lissome lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, the old Pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fauns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards. On a milk-white ass come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful god. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount, dip the purple of passionate prayer. In the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain come over the sea. Devil or God, to me, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe, am I not ripe? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devil. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devour, all begetter.
Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I appear, most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the known, more female quintessential, one man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest cloud of mankind that defies being that race most royally run, to spring sun shining through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world as wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded dawn, glory to thee from waiting warm, glory to thee from earth unplugged, glory to thee from virgin vow, glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou siren dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love underwear. Thou art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof, alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke. and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that defiest. Being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tall. Glory to thee from breaching wall. Glory to thee from earth unplumbed. Glory to thee from virgin bond. Glory to thee, true unity of eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam, and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Thou loud. Glory to thee from virgin effect. Glory to thee to rule it down. Glory to virginity. The silent and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will. She knows to cancel. Beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breathing source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire, thee I invoke abiding one, thee center and secret of the stars, and that not holding mystery, of which the vehicle am I. Appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the non and female quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, thou dove mankind that day fliest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm, glory and worship be to thee, sepulchral wall-ash, wonder tree, glory to thee from gilded throne, glory to thee from waiting glory to thee from waiting glory to thee from glory to thee from earth dawn's loud, glory to thee from virgins out, glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou Zion down and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love and will. Mm. of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou alone, alone. Thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, liberty and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faith, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one. The center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am I, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou dove, mankind that deifiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplugged. Glory to thee from virgin vow. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and den. Who art I beyond all I am? Who has no nature and no name? Who art when all but thou art gone? Thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown. Thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty, and light. Thou beyond speech and beyond sight, thee I invoke my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intensest fire. Abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery of which the vehicle am I. Most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male, female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, thou dove, mankind that deifiest, being that race most royally run to spring sunshine through winter. Of the world, ash, wonder tree, glory to thee from gilded toned, glory to thee from waiting warm, glory to thee from earth unplumbed, glory to thee from virgin vowed, glory to thee true Trinity, glory to thee, thou sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law of underwear.
has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun. Thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, ruling and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faith, fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun. Of the sun. Of the sun. And that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am on, appear most awful and most mild, as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm, male or female, quintessential one, man being veiled in woman form, glory and worship in the highest, out of mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm, winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, sap of the world as one the tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb, glory to thee from waking gnome, glory to thee from earth unthrone, glory to thee from virgin vowed, glory to thee true unity of the eternal Trinity, glory to thee thou sire and dam, and self of I am, that I am. God is the Lord of underwind. Be agnostic and tender. Thou who art I beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of all things known and unknown, thou aloof alone, thou the true fire within the reed, brooding and breeding, source and seed of life, love, liberty and light, thou beyond speech and beyond sight. Thee I invoke, my faint fresh fire, kindling as mine intense aspire. Thee I invoke, abiding one, the center and secret of the sun, and that most holy mystery, of which the vehicle am I a mild as it is lawful in thy child. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential one. Man being veiled in woman form. Glory and worship in the highest. Thou of mankind that defiest, being that race most royally run, to spring sunshine through winter storm. Glory and worship be to thee, Son of the world, ash wonder tree. Glory to thee from gilded tomb. Glory to thee from waiting womb. Glory to thee from earth unplowed. Glory to thee from virgin vowed. Glory to thee, true unity of the eternal Trinity. Glory to thee, thou sire and dam and self of I am that I am. Love is the law, love under will.
Shops act the motoring laws. Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictator suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the lemur is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Conti-Definite, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each innovate in the world. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the master Therian in this the great war. That the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, they won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirement. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the lemur is the only way to preserve in the future all liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of absolute liberty of each individual. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the Master Rayon in this, the great work. She begs in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadid, the winged globe, the starry blue, a mine on Kafnachonsu. 15. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, still of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. 19. Burn upon their brows a slender serpent. 19. As your little woman bend upon them. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. 21. With the God and the Ador I am nothing. Do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven. And there is no other God than me and my Lord Hadid. 22 now. Therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadid, the winged globe, the starry blue, are mine on Kafnachonsu. 15. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, still of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. And to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping I am nothing. They do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven, and there is no other God than me. And my Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name Nuit, and to him by a secret name which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. Democracy daughters. Ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Aeon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstantially is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger, never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd war no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new Aeon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in
number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh warrior, Lord of Thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadid, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by the minister of Horpacraft. The cats is in the cool, not the cool in the cats. Worship them, the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. They shall rule the many and the Lord. These are fools that men adore. Both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy above the gem that as your is, the naked splendor of new. Appear on the throne of Ra. Open the ways of the cool. Lighten the ways of the car, the ways of the carts. Run through to scare me or steal me. Oh, let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand. To push thy order there is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations as thou hast written. Light is mine, its rays conceal me. I have made a secret door into the house of Ra and Tum, of Kethra, land of Kafur. I am my Devan, woman to the prophet of Gafna by Desna mouth my breast I eat, by wise Tanech I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor on it, bid me within thine house to dwell. generations as thou hast written. As it is said, the light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door into the house of Ran, home of Kebrand, of Ahafor. I am thy Devan, O men to the prophet, and Kafna consumed by Eslamot. My breast I beat, my wife's garment I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor, O Nuit, bid me within thine house to dwell. O winged snake of light and heat, abide with me, Rahor Queen. Appear on the throne of Ra, open the ways of the car, lighten the ways of the car, the ways of the cats like through. Stir your stilly, oh let it fill me, so that thy love is in me, and its red flame as a sword in my hand to push thy order. The sky's another woman shall awake the lust and worship of the snake. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical Lord. Certified half of the word of him, Rahul, Bakrad, and Rahul. 36. Then said the prophet unto the God, 37, I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of thieves, and then it's time for speaker of men too. For me unveils the veiled sky, the self-slain on Ketnafonsu, whose words are truth. I invoke, I greet thy presence, O Rahur Kut. Unity, I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who makest the gods and death to tremble before thee.
We promise already, so study this key carefully. Mr. Twain well knows that reconciliation would be as agreeable to my inclinations and as advantageous to my interests as to any man. But I see no prospect for it, no probability, no possibility. And I cannot...
I adore The skies have another woman shall awake the lost and worship over the snake another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priest. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical Lord. 35 the half of the word of Feruraha, called Hopocrat and Rahurkut. 36 then said the prophet unto the God. 37 I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of beasts and I be inspired for speaker of Neptune. For me
You don't know your service to our king. Quiet! Be thou a knight in the name of God. Rise!
This is Chicago Mayor Wolf.com. There goes the Greek girls.
whose words are truth, I invoke, I greet, my presence or our comfort, unity, eternal sure. I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who maintains the gods and death to tremble before thee. I adore
Thrilled, listen, lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, 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 come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady.
In the school, everything in the class is outside of maybe a project, right? Like in the real world, like you go work for a company or something like that, like you're not going to be the only engineer doing this one thing if it matters, right? you're going to be working with people in a team. You'll be able to ask questions. You'll have the internet. You'll have access to AI, all the information. You'll have time. Even if it's a crazy timeline, you'll still have time. It won't just be like, I have an hour, which is what an exam is, right? And you'll have other people oftentimes checking your work, right? Oftentimes they'll do different calculations in teams of 3 to make sure that, like, okay, our numbers match up, these calculations match up, and if they don't, we can figure out why, right? That's like the real world. So all these exams where it's like, okay, here's your TI-36, you have an hour, crunch these numbers, you better remember everything, and you can't access anything. Like, that's pretty artificial, right? So, again, I'm not arguing for cheating, because it's like the way that we're trying to come up with confidence.
Roaming his Baptist with fawns and parks,
It's not really a test that you
and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards, on a milk white ass come over sea.
simulating that, it gives them
To
more
me.
time, they have more resources, but they're still having to show
To me.
what they're capable of, right? They're still having to
Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and Python, come with Artemis silken shawl.
Hello, Pro Benjamin. This is Alistair. Put me in the queue. Hello.
Oh, God. The problem with private group is it's not personalized, right? So,
And wash thy white thigh, beautiful God, in the moon of the woods on the marble mount.
that's true, but I mean, if you make the
The dimpled dawn of the amber fount, dip the purple of passionate prayer. In the crimson shrine, the starlit snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy wantonness peeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul, and body and brain come over the sea, O Pan, O Pan, devil or God, to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill.
each of us had a section of the project, and the project wouldn't work if none of us like we
Come with drums low muttering
like there's 4 of us and there was too much
from
to
the
do.
spring.
Like, for instance, when I did all of the microcontroller stuff with like Linux,
Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who
side, right? So the encoding and decoding, setting all that up, and all of like the.
This is fascinating, but I hate to interrupt. Aisha says that I'm useless, and she wants me to leave the room, but I feel like that's, a little bit obnoxious. But anyways, Pro, great to be here in your room. Benjamin, I hope things are going well for you on the plane. Fred, love what you're saying. Good to be here, everybody.
wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle. My body weary of empty class, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom.
I hate to interrupt, Fred, but I'm sorry. Are you guys talking about the title of the room? Thanks. If I could just get a quick room reset. New on stage, Alistair here.
The sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye,
than C. You can't do that with.
So what did you use for an AFE? What did you use for the AFE?
We created for the magnetic waves. Basically, we had a magnetometer transmitter.
Thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, Pan, I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Eopan, and am born to death on the horn.
Hate to interrupt this fascinating conversation, but a link is in the chat. Listening to some new John Kitover band music. Sorry to interrupt, boys. Go back to the great topic conversation.
Oh, the unicorn. I am Pan, oh, Pan, oh, Pan, Pan, Pan. I am my mate. I am thy man. Gold off thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks. Through solstice stubborn to...
Sorry guys, I'm getting a lot of hate in the chat here. Aisha says that I'm useless trash and no one will miss me. Wow, thanks Aisha. Thank you.
Equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden, man, in the might of Pan. Pan, 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 oh, Pan.
Well, I mean, with regards to simulation theory, I think it's important to look at it from the perspective of a solipsist. Because a lot of Gnostics or enlightened people who think that they're like the prima causa of the simulation, well, they're not necessarily wrong. Because without your body and your brain, you couldn't experience the simulation. So it's like if you reverse engineer a solipsist and simulation theory, you might just end up with a conference call app of a bunch of retard faggots like Aisha here in her thirst trap catfish photo, saying that I'm a useless piece of garbage. But it turns out that the universe is projecting you simultaneously as you project the universe. So Aisha, projection emoji mirror. I am complete.
Did he say he's complete? My headphone's breaking up.
I am the Pan, thrill of the sun, lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of Pan, your Pan, your Pan, your Pan, come over the sea. From Sicily and from Arcady, Roman is Bacchus with fawns and pards and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods of a milk white ass. Come over the sea. To me,
Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white, thy beautiful God. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber found. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue, to watch thy oneness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea. Eopan, 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 come over the sea.
To me, to me, to me.
Devil or God, to me. My man, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not right? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion, sharp as an ass. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect, a thorny thigh and the word of madness and mystery, O plan. Eopan, 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 pan, pan, pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. O pan, Eopan, 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 pan, pan. In the grip of the snake, the eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw, the great beasts come. Eopan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate, I am thy man, goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God, flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod, with hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice stubborn to equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maiden man, in the might of Pan. Eopan, Eopan, Pan, Pan, Eopan.
Hiwe, kitesito.
He wants to know who you are. Why?
Telale, nane toke hokotaska. Chaki eita. Eleneki te ke sikuiki.
I ordered my warriors to shoot you. All of them. We men never miss.
Se kama hachimowe neta tota pe. Opowaka. Hotowena li ne ki te bi. Ne ki ni takiwe hoskakana ni kaneskowe.
Our people have a legend. A spirit of protection that shields those chosen, those who walk in destiny.
Kila. Kompotana kila hotowena li.
The Creator chose you. You've been shielded by the Spirit.
Ninatomano ki. Nehiwe kitesito.
So I ask again, what are you called? My name is George Washington.
Ne maam kauleta kitesito.
I will remember this name.
with some lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan, your pan, your pan, your pan, come over.
She's not counting other people's money.
That they are using can benefit me and my family so that I can start doing what I can do that people before me couldn't. And even as a woman, because fuck the black people shit, even as a woman who couldn't have bank accounts in 1974, oh, in 2026, I'm talking my shit. Ain't nobody stopping me from nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Don't ever get twisted and think that I'm crying about who's going to do what and why. However, I can speak from the perspective of someone who was affected. Like, I'm not mad at rich people for getting rich because I've been a part of that class that was affected when they had to pull jobs and contributions out of social services because their pockets was being hit for whatever reason, whether it be because they was mad, whether it be because they lost money in the housing market, whether it be because of the stock market crash, jobs, or whatever. When rich people pockets are hit in any type of way, it automatically affects the lowest class of people that everybody is fighting for, trying to get rid of rich people. And so that's why I don't understand.
Can I agree with you?
Miss Ronnie is saying that when rich people get a cold, poor people sneeze. I believe that's what Miss Ronnie is saying.
That is true. She's right. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't disagree with you anymore. You're right.
And that's the thing, Ronnie, like you said, like, I just will say this about rich people. You want a poor person who's struggling to make payroll every week signing your check, or do you want a really rich person signing your check? I want a fucking rich person signing my check.
Wake that up, Nick. Wake that up.
Like what was it Norm and Abby and all them were saying earlier? Like, I think that was the first thing, the reason why Donald Trump won the first time was when he was debating Hillary and he was talking about all the loopholes and everything like that. And he used the same loopholes that she was responsible for writing and all her donors and special interests used. She could have done something about it. Like that, you had Democrats controlling both houses. Why didn't they stop this? Why didn't they do anything about this? Because they don't. They talk a lot about it.
Classist motherfuckers too. Because they some classist, knee on your neck motherfuckers too. That's why.
Not knee on your neck, motherfucking shit. We need to eat something over here, open over here. This ain't Minneapolis.
Well, Nick, to be fair, at that time, Hillary had only been in politics about 50 years, so maybe she was getting around to it.
That's
And how much did the Clinton
After her
Foundation?
husband cheated on her with a 19-year-old Jewish intern.
But Abby, yeah, no, around the Clinton Foundation, that thing is such a scam. I mean, it's blatantly obvious. I used to audit these 990s and not-for-profits, but these were legit companies. And when I used to see the salaries of them, they weren't exorbitant. But yeah, the Clinton Foundation is such a scam.
Well, I have affirmation from a good friend of mine, a Princeton economist, with whom I went to high school. She went to work for the Clinton Foundation, and she confirmed what you said, that it's an utter scam, and she couldn't get out of that fast enough. It was essentially a money laundering offer. I don't know how that's relevant, by the way, but that's what she said. And she's the most honest person in the world. She went on to work at the New School for Political Research, because she was so appalled. And she's a Democrat, like me, and she was appalled by what she saw there.
I wouldn't go near that foundation.
Yeah,
It was such a.
Thanks for telling that, because everyone was afraid of being Republican. Even Nick, I think, does they think he's a Republican. He's an old school Democrat. But that's how we used to believe, the Kennedy Democrats. And now it's like we have weirdos that support different countries. I don't know what, like Omar, whatever the hell, from Minnesota.
No, that's just called ethnic tribalism. That's all that is. Yeah. Well, the whole thing is like I said, the Democrats use the same damn loopholes that everyone else. Like big tech, all those guys are Democrats, and they use like Google offshores all their income to Bermuda or the big tax haven is Ireland because it's only a 12.5% tax there. I mean, the amount of loopholes that these liberal-run companies use, I mean, they're just such hypocrites.
Guarantee you, Barbara Streisand and the crowd in Hollywood that was supporting Harris all have done elaborate estate planning, asset protection. They probably have Cook Islands. They probably have Turks. And you can go through the list of how they're set up. It's
just
utter bullshit.
hypocritical, just like Nick said, and just like you said. They're hypocritical people that want their cake and eat it too.
It's Puerto Rico because they only have a 4% capital gains tax, and like you don't have to like renounce your U.S. citizenship. So that's becoming like a new popular island. Another island in the Caribbean is St. Kitts and Nevis. They don't have an income tax, and neither does Antigua. For the longest time, Cayman used to be the most popular place, but the fees are really expensive now in the Cayman, so they're just going to other places. So, like to Abby's point,
It's like Vegas. It's like Vegas, but now it's like Reno.
Like insane to me.
They're all going to take advantage, but they're not stupid.
You know, territory. Yeah. Actually, Nicholas is even alive. Go ahead.
We're gonna eat you alive?
Nick, Holmes, smartest fucking guy I ever met.
Well, I like intelligence. But my friends did move to Puerto Rico.
What was all the islands you said? Puerto Rico and TJ?
Haven, St. Kitts and Nevis, Steve mentioned.
Yeah. St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua. Dubai doesn't have an income tax. Saudi Arabia.
That's some facts, but then also asset protection. We used to do the call that one. We still do.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I would like to make a case that structural white racism is alive and well in the big beautiful bill and all this tax evasion, which is clearly what we are discussing. Where is BMA?
Hey, asshole, you're from Northside Chicago, right?
He's trolling. He's kidding.
I know. Hey, how you been, brother?
Demons among here. Sorry.
Well, then to the former African American woman who believes that when the rich get poor, she gets poor. My darling dear, you couldn't be further from the truth.
I'm pure blood American. I'm pure blood. Pure blood. Fuck out here. I don't care. Listen, I don't care about none of that shit. Okay? I don't care. Me and my white brother and sisters is gonna take advantage of these goddamn tax cuts like these rich motherfuckers, and we gotta fucking say what we wanna say because that's the First Amendment, and then what we gonna say is
Can you imagine what you could do with that energy?
like, we don't care. We do not care. Like, I'm not gonna spend the rest of my life hating. I'm 45 years old. I'm 45 years old. I'm not about to spend the rest of my life hating. I'm trying to peek in the books so I can take notes and do that shit for my family. I gotta trust for my fucking family so my shit don't gotta go through probate. Y'all worried about the wrong goddamn thing. Got those 401ks just sitting there. Got them naked ass LLCs just sitting there. That shit gonna be right in probate, getting hit by your creditors before your family get it. Worry about yourself. I'm paying attention. I don't got time to hate if I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention to applying pressure. Because that's my right as a pure-blooded American around this beach.
Shout out to the Independent Trust. Shout out to Independent Trust, right, Nick?
Are we all doing funny voices now? Is that the thing?
Io's on stage. Io, did you want to speak on anything, or?
Hell yeah, for the tax cuts and all the loopholes and shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. I'll say this, that it's kind of much that the corporations are just able to do so much of this work. I think if just the average poor person realized that if they make a corporation, they can kind of take their cuts for taxes after their losses as opposed to beforehand. Just that little nuance right there, I think, would do a lot of people a lot of justice there, but a lot of people don't think of it as something that can pay forward. So.
Okay. Winter, you're new to the stage. Do you have anything you want to say, or you good? She's always been quiet. Mon, hello, good evening.
What's up? I have something to say.
Yeah, go for it, Mark.
Henry, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
I love you.
I love you
you too.
That was very sweet. Aww. And can we all just take a minute and love on Pepe? I love you, Pepe.
I love you too, Pepe. I love you, Pepe.
We love you, Pepe.
Wow, thank you.
No,
No, not we. You gotta say I. Don't be.
No, I'm not doing I. I'm doing we.
No. You love me.
Hey, everybody.
Hugs and kisses, Puppet.
Thank you.
Tonight you get all the dicks you can suck, Pepe.
Not too much, not too much. One have to turn.
Ma, is that all you wanted to say? Are you good?
He should only be allowed his fair share of penises. Save some for the girls.
Watch your mouth, not too much.
Wait, I thought you were going to say save some for the poor people. Okay, you surprised me.
As a girl, I'm marginalized, so I can teeter-totter back and forth. I'm just saying, fair shares of dicks for everyone. We've got to be fair around.
I'll go ahead. It's hard to spare something rich people. Come on, demonstrate that.
As many as you can handle. All right, this is getting a little weird. I don't know. Where do we go from here? What other topics we got? Nick, I appreciate all that insight, man.
We all get Nick's business card and make sure that.
I haven't looked on X to see what are people talking about.
People are talking about reparations, of course. Reparations with Pepe. Day number 2.
The whole case thing quite well today, so I don't know. I have a feeling we're gonna break the dam here in a second.
Do we do a sports break again? Not Beavers here.
We can get a little bit of football. I don't know, maybe like 10 minutes or 2 minutes. I don't know.
Football is structurally white racist, obviously.
Who's that?
I mean, we can ask Nick that. Usually we do have that conversation with Nick on how he's feeling about the future of the NFL.
Let's check to see what they're talking about on Chatter real quick. Oh, they're still.
I would
Hello?
like to talk a little bit about the midterms and what's going to happen in the future of the country, because if my party regains control of any of the branches of government, I'm a little concerned about what's going to happen, because I think what Trump is doing is he's creating a corrective to some of the excesses of my party, very weird excesses, both politically, economically, legally, and culturally, particularly over the cultural institutions, which seem to have been infected and ideologically captured. So that's something that's really, really interesting and important to me. I don't know if it is to anybody else. What the fuck did he just say?
How do you get all of these people out of the media, and how do you get them out of the universities? I mean, the problem is, if you look just like in the 2010s, what percentage of the media, first of all, went largely female. A lot of the editors, editing boards, and the staff at many of the largest newspapers, that was kind of ties into its own problems. You can look that up. But if you look at, like, for example, at universities, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's been like this for decades, but it used to have.
This call may be recorded. Please hold while we connect your call.
I can place an order for pickup.
Okay.
Can I place an order for pickup?
Of course. What's the name for the order?
John?
Okay, yeah.
Can I get a medium pan pizza? Old world pizza?
Alright.
And can I get a garlic? Can I get garlic and Italian sausage?
Alright. Anything else?
Can I also get an Italian salad with chicken breast?
Alright. Anything else?
That's it.
Alright. Your order should be ready to pick up in about 30
30 minutes. Okay, actually, I'm sorry. Can you change it to the chopped salad with chicken?
Okay, great.
Okay, I just remembered, make it like 45 minutes just because the can pieces may take longer.
Okay, great. I'll see you in 45.
Alright, we'll see you then.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Meddling per se on policies or positions that he's taken in
No, he
order
didn't
to
say
try
that
to
at
make.
all. He said that it's gonna
I'm just
occupy
trying
his
to.
time. It's gonna occupy Congress's time. It's gonna
Wait,
cause
then if
a
it's
problem
going to
for our
occupy
country.
Congress's time,
We
how
have
does
other
it?
things to get done, don't we? Like other
Jesus Christ,
opportunities.
we're so derailing.
No, I'm not trying to derail. I'm literally trying to connect the dots here. How on God's green earth do impeachment proceedings in the House of Representatives, or even the Senate for that matter, take up the president himself's time?
Because it takes time, because he's got to address the charges. I mean, that could be
How?
obvious.
When and where does he get the opportunity to address the charges?
Immediately, he's got to mount a defense. And impeachment is like being charged. Who is he going to do? He's going to defend against the charges that the House brings against him.
That opportunity is not available to him.
Yes, it is.
Wait,
I don't think you understand the conversation.
under Trump 1, hold on, under Trump 1 when he was being
He had
impeached.
counsel. Do you remember his counsel that was there?
No, at
Remember
what point did Trump have to go to a hearing to defend himself against the impeachment
He has
charges?
his lawyers. What is wrong with you?
Wait, what does that have to do with him?
What, you think you just sit around and your lawyers are working for you and you don't engage with your attorneys as they're representing you? You don't think you're involved in your defense? Are you kidding me?
How is this going to take up an ample amount of his time such that it's going to prohibit him from doing his job as the executive in chief?
It's going to tie up Congress. It's going to tie up our president. And it's going
No, it's
to
going to tie up Congress, but not him.
Yeah, well, that's an arm. I don't know if you know this, but it's one of the three branches of government.
Yeah, it's not part of the executive branch. It's a separate branch.
Nobody said that they were. I said it's going to constitute.
You're completely inflated. You're being a fucking shady Jew, dude, and I don't like it because I'm an honest.
I don't get it.
And it's guys like you that give guys like me a bad name.
Well, wait, there's nothing shady. I just said I posed the question: what happens if the Democrats win the midterms, they take control of the House of Representatives, and they continually impeach him? That's going to be friction against the progress of the government. At the very least, the House of Representatives and the executive branch. Because they're going to be fighting it out. They're going to be battling. And that's so difficult to comprehend.
To battle with them.
Yeah, they do. They have to defend themselves. That's the battle. It's weird that you don't know this. Like you didn't know what the carried interest rate was. I think there's a lot of not knowing in your case.
Florida, you don't think that this guy's left Trump to do this agenda? Is that what your claim is?
What? No, the claim from
Very
Warren
strange.
was that impeachment proceedings are going to be so inhibitive upon the president himself's time and energy that he's not going to be able to do his own job. Onerous, good word for it. That he won't be able to do his own job that he is constitutionally responsible for doing.
You forgot the first two Shannon pieces. You don't think that could have drained on his resources in his first administration? It's weird.
Constitutional duty that you have to make that your first priority, regardless of what the House is doing.
No, I don't. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. Monica, go ahead. What were you saying there, Monica? No, she's down the bottom. So put her down there. Come on, you guys, don't do that to Monica.
You know Monica didn't have anything important to say.
Of course I didn't. And I don't have any evidence of his history in the first two sham impeachments that the Trump administration had to survive during his first administration that yielded such a drain on his administration that it impaired 2 years of his job. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's simple, quite frankly. If the charges are silly, and if the charges don't hold any weight, if the charges don't hold any water at face value, then they shouldn't have to maintain a lot of his time. They shouldn't have to be onerous. But when the charges are substantial and credible and reasonable, then yes, it's going to require the lawyers to put in a lot of time, effort, and energy to try to circumvent and de-escalate and try to mitigate these charges. right? However, like if the charges are as asinine and belligerent as a lot of MAGA supporters would like to assert that they are, then it's no skin off of his back. But the problem here is that the charges are reasonable, and they do hold water, and that they are credible, and because of that, that's why
all day, constant. You've never been through a legal matter and understand the stress that a person goes through. It is completely taxing whether you interact with your lawyer an hour a day or more than that. Just the distraction from your life when you go through a serious legal matter. Come on, man.
You sound like you're stressing just thinking about it.
There's more, because it was done deliberately as a time waster.
Testosterone replacement therapy. It sounds like you're stressing over the mere thought of what somebody else has to go through.
It was done as a deliberate time waster.
And that's a sign of
sounds like you're deaf. I think you have a sign of low hearing. It was done as a deliberate time.
You're right. With the full knowledge that because the charges were absurd, and because the Republicans held the Senate, they were never going to be the charges were never going to be upheld, and he'd never be removed. It was a deliberate time waster. They were nuisance suits over nonsense like this phone call that he had with Zelensky, or the January 6th riot, or whatever you want to call it.
El Normo, in fact, I think most knew that they weren't going to get an impeachment on him in that form in the Senate. You know what I mean? Like,
Of course not.
So this was all designed to obviously be a thorn in his side during his presidency. I mean, I don't think that's like a totally radical.
No. There's another position that could be taken here. There's another position. Do you guys just want to suck each other's dicks? Somebody doesn't.
It was pure harassment. They were nuisance suits.
So check this out. Okay, I agree with that. And I get a chance. Okay, Scott, you're new to the stage. Welcome to the stage. And Amari, welcome to the stage. Good evening, guys.
Thank you.
I've got very, very wise, educated person who always has a lot to offer. Do you want to opine on the subject? Do you want to?
I think that it's absolutely right. An impeachment process would slow Trump down. That's what the founders had in mind when they had divided government in mind. Now, I think the founders thought that divided government will work just because the branches were adversarial, but that doesn't work now, right? I mean, we don't really believe in that. So if one party controls both the executive and legislative branch, or right now basically functionally all three, then there's no checks and balances, right? Whether it's Democrat or Republican, right? So what we've done is we've transferred, against what I think, this happened well in the 19th century, but it's just gotten worse. So now, the only way you get what the founders intended is divided government, because I don't know that, I think checking Trump in any way possible would be good, and I do think they're impeachable offenses. And I think, I think he's, the amount of profit he's making off the presidency, like the Bitcoin stuff, and something doesn't go their way, then they buy a bunch of Bitcoin, or they invest in the Bitcoin company, then it goes their way. I think there's stuff there. I think there's stuff to be investigated.
So I would like to jump in and say, I think if we're talking about impeachment, he hasn't done anything that deserves impeachment, especially not the Bitcoin. Like he always talks about, and people always talk about how Lincoln had a desk for his business and a desk for the presidency.
It's Washington. He says that about.
Yeah, Washington. Sorry about that. A couple of cut waters in. I might be off on here, but charge my mind, not my heart. So, with that being said, he hasn't done anything. A president can actually have a business as long as he's not selling out America. So you would need, Scott, just not your opinion. You would need actual facts to say he did X, Y, Z, sold secrets to, let's say, Qatar. And then in return, Qatar bought X, Y, Z from his son's businesses. And if you can't point and actually connect those dots, you're just someone with TDS.
Yeah. Well, then I don't have TDS. I actually think Trump's entertaining, but I think that's what investigations are for. If it's completely pristine, right, then he'll have no problem. But this is the Congress's, this is the House's prerogative. And also, I mean, this isn't like great or not great. I'm not saying what it.
You can impeach for anything, right? It's a political process. You can impeach Obama for a tan suit. Now, whether or not it's prudent is fair, but like it's well within the House's purview to do it, right?
I mean, Clinton for having
Well,
sex with Monica.
Scott, I just got a quick question.
It's like crimes and misdemeanors, though, Scott.
No, but the way that's interpreted, though, is you know, it's a subjective progress. Like you don't have to have an indictment in a state at some level to indict somebody, right? Or to impeach somebody, right? It's a completely political process.
But Scott, I got a question for you. Do you realize that a lot of that Bitcoin business started before he became president, and he set it up?
An indictment.
Do you realize that he had to go through the previous guy's State Department to set it up, right? Because he set it up in a foreign country in Pakistan. So the previous guy could have come and said, hey, you know, what the hell are you doing here? You're doing this stuff, and you know, and there was no evidence that he was doing it for this reason at that time. And so it happens to be that people are maybe investing in those things. That doesn't mean that he's saying, oh, they invested, okay, now I'm gonna do, like, that's the piece that Omari is talking about. Like, they may be investing in it thinking, okay, well, if I do this, hey, the Clinton Foundation, if I give money to the Clinton Foundation, you know, I'll get curry favor. And the argument back from people was, well, I mean, there's no evidence that because they did that, that, you know, they were giving any, what do you, like, she was Secretary of State, and she was also, well, no, there's no evidence that that was the case. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, so just because they gave money doesn't mean that that's the case. So,
Exactly.
you know, so I think the interesting piece
that, you know,
these are things that I agree with what you're saying from a moral perspective. Like, you know, it doesn't make sense. It seems shady. It seems dicey. We deserve answers. Like, I'm with you on that. We deserve answers. What's going on here? Is this truly the way it seems? Like, we need an investigation. We know that he's not going to investigate himself, and no president would. But I mean, the fact is, right, is that if you look at it on the bare facts, the fact that if he had started the Bitcoin business just before, like, right when he became president, and said, hey, let's do this, or had his kids started right at that moment, or just after he got elected, that's a different story. But this was started, like, when he thought that there's a possibility, or at least the poll said that he possibly could be losing, right? So
Maybe can I ask you a question? Didn't actually Hunter Biden's actual business partner come out and link the Bidens to their business?
Well, yeah, and not just that. I mean, look, we could hash. We've done this a million times on Hunter Biden and all that stuff.
You don't hear Scott. I'm talking about that.
Yeah. Well, and that's a fair thing. See, you had a guy who it was in the vested interest to affect foreign policy to fire someone. And I know the argument. Oh, well, you know, if we fire the prosecutor, you know, that was what the U.S. wanted. That was in the U.S. interest. So, but it just happened to benefit. I'm sure, Scott, you probably didn't know that Jim Biden was invested in a firm in 2009. As soon as Joe Biden became vice president, somehow he invested in a firm that was building homes, doing construction in Iraq, and his firm got that contract because of his last name and because it was this one, and he got a contract from the federal government and was building homes when he had zero construction background. So those things, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's right because it kept happening. What I'm saying is that, you know, if you're seeing this stuff happen, and you're in business or you're in a job and you're seeing someone else doing this, and it constantly happens, and no one seems to care, at some point you go and say, well, shit, I'm losing. You know, does it make sense for me to leverage it? Can I do this stuff? Hey, you know what? Let me set up a Bitcoin business before he becomes president. And if I become president and it helps me, great. If I don't, hey, I got a fallback plan. But all of the examples I gave you were started after the person was elected. That is shady.
I didn't know that. Scott, do you have a rebuttal to that, or are you good?
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, look, I think the fact that people lost their shit over Burisma and all that stuff, which to some degree, I mean, look, people have the right to look into stuff like that. I mean, so I think if it's as pristine as we're saying, that'll, you know, that Trump has nothing to fear from the investigation, right? I mean, it'll be fun.
So we should investigate. So what you're saying is we should investigate everyone. Like, for example, hey, Nancy Pelosi made money right after COVID, getting COVID briefings. She should be under investigation. She should be investigation for every single.
Hey y'all, my name is Dr. Brenda Lee Anderson, and I'm running for school board here.
And intelligence briefing she had, and then suddenly her stock portfolio grows. Every member of Congress and every member of government who was making $100,000 before they came into office and suddenly are multimillionaires while they're in office, or their families are worth $1 million should be, I mean, according to your logic, right? Because somehow it looks like something is there. We would be doing investigations every day that's all we'd be doing.
We wouldn't pass anything. Like, let the people make money, unless you can do what they did with the guy from New Jersey, Menendez, and you can find the gold bars and all that other shit.
Omar, you know what's shady about Menendez? I just gotta say this, okay? Menendez was under investigation under the Osama administration, okay? And in 2015,
Unless you can do what they...
He was doing, he was under investigation. It went into 2017, right? It was under the radar. Like most of the media did. I mean, local media did in New Jersey and stuff, but other places didn't really cover it. And then suddenly, Trump becomes president, and he starts coming out to the microphone, using it, saying that Trump is going after me because he's scared of me and all this stuff. And suddenly he starts getting media traction, and then suddenly somehow he gets out of it, or he doesn't get scathed. And in that, it was about foreign intelligence, but he somehow got out of it. Right, he got out of it, and okay, fine, he got out of the whole thing, fine, he was cleared, and then suddenly we find out he was trading secrets for gold bars and keeping them in his thing. And by the way, the guy didn't go to jail, right? He just got straight. He had to resign from Congress and leave, but he was hesitant to do it. Dems took a long time to come and condemn him for it, but he was on foreign intelligence committees even after the first thing that occurred, and still continued doing it, thinking he could get away with anything because they had the Senate. They won the Senate during the midterms of the first Trump administration. I mean, it's ridiculous, this kind of stuff. But there was no investigation, by the way, Scott, into him. I mean, there was a DOJ investigation, but nothing that's really public. And you can't find all the testimony that he gave. His testimony is sealed because it's talking about secrets he shared with allies of ours. I mean, it's incredible.
It's a difference of the press, the liberal press, will focus on Trump as a real estate developer and the relationships in the Gulf region, and his golf courses and his hotels and investments in the kingdom and such. He's had those investments. He's been involved in that business. Kushner's been involved in that business. The fact that he has a relationship, I mean, they'd have to have evidence to show that was leverage.
Abby, there is one shady thing that the Trump team has done, and I will be honest and fair on this, is when Trump took office, just before he took office, 2 weeks before he took office, his sons invested in a company that does like defense type work, okay? And yeah, with the drones, right? So they got involved in that, right? And that company was given a huge DoD contract, and and foreign countries were also investing, and they, and so they got into it. Now, what you have to prove, to go with what Omari said, is that this company, when I researched it, they had already submitted several bids before the family got involved. Now, I know the bidding process better than probably anyone in this room. Whether they made the decision before they came aboard and didn't announce it till later, or they were going to go with someone else, and then suddenly the Trump family's aboard and they make the decision for him, is the question. But that's usually done through Inspector General, who will come and say, hey, there was undue influence. He may not call them out, but he'll say there was undue influence. And the GAO, and I believe that case is going in front of the GAO. I think it's February, if I'm not mistaken, but it should be going in front of there. So we'll find out if that's really why they got it, or and we'll see. We'll see in that bid process. But that is probably the only one that I would say looks really, really dicey, because it happened just before. And hey, what was the intent of the brothers in doing that? I can call a spade a spade. I just don't hear anyone doing it with Joe Biden. Oh, well, they're always making excuses, saying that, and no one wanted to investigate him or doing it.
Can I say to the people on the stage, including Abby, or maybe
I was going to ask, how many people Trump watches? I just asked that.
I wanted to buy one. I need to buy one. But I was going to ask the people on stage, does anyone have an issue with presidents making money while in office? I don't. I don't care if Barack Obama made money. I never thought that was an issue. When
I think the blind trust thing is a great thing, which previous presidents in recent memory have done. I think that's a great idea. I think it's probably a great idea for everyone in Congress too, but I don't think we'll get people to do it. But I think it's reasonable.
Did Jimmy Carter separate himself from his peanut farm? I don't remember, like historically, Scott, maybe you remember.
But Trump has a blind trust. Hold on. Trump has a blind trust. So what Scott is,
he doesn't.
He has some kind of evidence.
He says that he like basically said, I'm not involved in the businesses anymore. My kids are doing it. Like he's not a blind trust. He said that I'm just. So we have to take his word for it. That which is we can we have to take his word for the fact that he's just stepped away from the businesses, which that he doesn't insult, and they don't say, hey Dad, if we gave this person a sweetheart deal, this would be if we did this possible. Like we just have to take his word for it that there's no communications like that with the family, which is what he's at. That was his answer. Like I'm not running the business. I'm running the business.
So the exact thing is, you're right that he didn't put in a blind trust, but his business holdings and financial assets have been placed in an irrevocable trust managed by his adult sons, Don Jr. and Eric, alongside company executives. And it says daily operations and management are held over to the sons and executives rather than an independent arm, but he retains financial ownership and financial interests in his companies and real estate, meaning he knows what assets he owns. A true blind trust requires liquid assets to be sold off and managed completely independent third party without the official's knowledge criteria. It also says that it's very difficult to get those assets back once it's in a blind trust. Very difficult. And if you're setting up generational, this is something very important. If you're setting up generational legacy, it's very difficult to move things out of a blind trust into the generation after a certain period of time. So it could be that Trump says, hey, if I do this, then I'm screwing my generations and doing my family, screwing my family. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that, hey, it should be blind trust, but shouldn't his future and what he worked hard for before he became president, shouldn't that be protected as well, Scott?
He put it in an irrevocable trust, probably, like I was talking before about a self-settling spendthrift, which he's domiciled in Florida and probably did.
No, it's a revocable, not irrevocable.
It is revocable? Okay.
It's revocable. So he did it so that he can, because when he gets out, what's he gonna do? And what's his kids gonna do? I mean, I don't blame him for that, because you gotta do that, and you gotta put it in that way. I mean, that's just the only way to do it, right? I mean, look, if you do a blind trust and you're a younger good person, there's time to get out. But I mean, we don't know. He could die as soon as he leaves office. He could die while he's in office, right? And then what happens? Now you're trying to recover everything out of the blind trust. And you're trying to get it out. And that's a litigation for years. And you basically screwed your family. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah, presidents should be able to make money. I mean, I don't see any reward for Saudi Arabia or Qatar. That's like, you know what? They out here just living a great life because of Trump. So.
But hold on, Scott, if you did do that,
that wasn't Scott, that was Amari. But
no, I know, Amari, I agree with you. But I was just addressing Scott that, Scott, if you did do this plan that you're giving here, right, then you'd end up with presidents doing what Bill Clinton did, and with Hillary Clinton, which is, hey, let me set up a charitable foundation, let me screw the people of Haiti, let me get as much money as I can, let me do as much shit as I can, let me trade speeches that I'm giving you because I was a famous president. Hey, let me have Barack Obama come and speak over here, the current sitting president. Let me have the former president come over. Hey, give me money, foreign countries, give me money, right? And now you're basically sharing former secrets, current secrets, all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's actually tonight, in my view, shadier. Because you know what you're doing, and look at the Clinton initiative now. No one invests. Why? Because there's nothing to gain from them, because they're nobody. So that just tells you right there that the whole purpose of it was bad. Trump didn't do anything. He didn't go and knock down the doors, take them out, nothing. It's just nobody invests anymore because they go, hey, they're useless players. We're not going to gain anything from it. So it's clear they only invested because they thought Hillary Clinton was going to become president, and they wanted to curry favor with her in policies. That should be illegal. And she was Secretary of State, by the way, and didn't shut it down. She wasn't forced to shut it down. You're saying that Obama as president allowed his vice president to get his brother to get contracts trading, basically saying, hey, I'm doing construction work. And he allowed his Secretary of State to get investments from foreign countries to an initiative that her husband is running, which has her name on it, that she can see and didn't put in a blind trust or anything. And you okay with that, Scott?
No, I'm not okay with any of that. Look, I think that there's a lot of issues with influence. I think that a lot of this stuff is a problem. Absolutely.
So investigate Obama and remove his pension as a former president, and you can still.
If there's evidence there, go ahead and investigate it. Yeah. No problem. No problem. I think we need more transparency, not less. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Naveen, how do we do investigations when this is what's floating around right now? Catherine Herridge has just released that the media willfully ignored the accusations of bribery with the Bidens before he was president and also during his presidency. This stuff, these files just came out that the media just willfully ignores this information.
Well, one thing I just want to say is I hope she has like a bodyguard or something. I really do. I'm hoping she has one, because I mean she's going down dangerous territory, and some of these people on the left are going to go nuts, and some of these media people are going to go nuts. I mean, the fact is she's reporting things that are accurate, but you know the problem we're having here is we were lied to by the media. And by the way, Scott, I remember you on this app making comments about the case with Trump, with the documents case, and I was saying to you that, you know, I'm pretty sure the Biden administration was behind it. And then afterwards, when they came out and said, no, you know, there's no evidence of it, and I think in a room you fact-checked me again, saying a couple times, saying, you know, there's no evidence. Well, you should read it. Now there's evidence that Merrick Garland coordinated with the White House. They knew the time, the place, they knew Walt and Nalta, they knew the other things that were there. In fact, it was the White House who said you should go after Walt and Nalta. So that means that he's actually doing exactly what they're accusing Trump of doing. And, you know, but because the media deceived you, you didn't know.
Evidence in the link. I will read it. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, Joe, can you put it? I'm just on the go, but you know, you saw that article, so just put it.
Yeah, look, I'll bring it up. I'll make my point here. This is all chicken shit about the Trumps when it's legitimate business that they're doing. It is what it is. However, we have the Biden crime family that there's files that Catherine Herridge is discussing that the media willfully ignored reporting on any of this. So how are we ever going to get to it? It took a Republican oversight committee to even dig into what was happening during his vice presidency with the bribery going on. So making all this accusations about Donald Trump, it seems like they're playing, like the media and people are playing cover for it. It's wrong. It's overall wrong when straight blackmail is going on to the highest office in the nation. And I'll put the information up there.
I'm just posting the New York Post link right now. I can't wait for Scott to apologize, because there is evidence. And, you know, I remember him saying that to me, and I was a little bit upset, saying that there's evidence, and it even says Biden White House coordinated on the raid of Trump's Mar-a-Lago, and then took the convo offline, ex-DOJ official said, under oath. So, yeah, interesting.
Poor Scott. Y'all need to get Scott when he's in Gary's room.
No, Scott, I appreciate Scott.
Hey, Scott, when you get me,
are you guys ganging up on the one person in the room that is the disagreeing voice again?
No.
Because that's what you were doing with me earlier.
We're not coming after you.
The problem is that it becomes very exhausting.
I'm not a big Trump supporter anymore. What's going on?
We don't disagree with Scott. Hey, go Birds, Scott, right? Do we agree?
Exactly.
Omar, you're not a Trump guy?
We're not picking on him.
Not like I used to be.
He's a good guy. We're not picking on him. We're good, man.
Well, I wasn't given that level. I wasn't given that level of fucking respect earlier.
That was me.
Hold on, stop shouting.
I just spoke, and I feel like this is a mischaracterization. I have not directed anything at Scott. I'm talking about Joe Biden. I'm just joining in on a conversation here. Florida, why do you hold all this like animosity towards us when you could just join in the conversation and not be so emotional about it? It does
Well,
seem that
that's what I
a
do.
reflection of you.
Like 98% of the time, I just engage in a hopefully honest and genuine conversation. The problem that I have today with the room, Joe, is that it's been like extremely uncharacteristically dismissive and disrespectful towards like the one or two dissenting voices on the stage. And what we've witnessed today, or what I've experienced today, for lack of a better term, colloquially rather than explicitly, would be like a gangbang of effects, where like I would say something and then it would get Norm and Pepe and Abby and others, several others typically, to like all kind of chime in and start like chiming in and going after me at once, rather than giving me like an honest and fair shot at dealing with everybody one-on-one. I'd be happy to take on the stage as long as I have the opportunity to engage with everybody on the stage one at a time. But it does become exhaustive when you have to deal with everybody on the stage at once. It's kind of like a man versus mob sort of situation. And the man never has a chance against an entire mob. But if you let the man deal with the mob 1v1, you never know. Maybe that man fucking knocks everybody out.
You're in the wrong room. There's a movie, wasn't there a movie like that from the 80s? I forgot the name of it. I gotta find
It sounds like it should be a movie.
Yeah.
And it's only how they deal with you. Florida, why don't you see that as you? Florida, it's only you. Why don't you see that as a reflection of you?
Because I scare people in here, obviously.
No, it's the intensity, it's the aggression, it's the
There's
domination.
people that disagreed, and I was going, I wouldn't say I wasn't fighting with anybody, but I was, holding counter positions to people. I think, if I recall, when you came in, you got really aggressive, and then you started yelling at Abby and like demanding that she answer your question. And
She
all
said
of
she was going to answer my
I think
question.
at one point you called her a whore. I'm pretty sure. Wow.
Pepe, she said she was going to answer my question,
And
and she never did.
I answered it via my state, which I was familiar
But I had no. You never answered the question.
Then we had
You still
Naveen
to this
answered
point
it
hadn't
based
answered
on
the
his
question.
state. And
No, none of you answered the question. What was the question I asked?
you asked the percentage of DSA people that are either elected or running for office in the United States out of the Democratic Party. That was
And what was the percentage that you gave me?
And I knew in my state how many, and then Naveen was able to share what he knew in his state.
What was the
Involved in our
percent-
state's politics. Hey, Kitover's in here.
What
Do
was
you
the
know
percentage?
in Illinois the
What
amount?
was the percentage that you gave me?
Yeah, but that's the point. You
never gave me a percentage.
Yeah, but so why does she have to do the math for you? Why can't you go search it out?
She didn't have to. She could have stayed cute on mute. Nobody asked her a question. The question was posed to Joe. Joe had already had a Gemini conversation open. Joe had already made the claim that there were over 210 some odd fucking DSA candidates that were like running for office or something to that effect. And my question to Joe was like, what percentage of candidates does this actually represent in both like the national and the smaller scales that he had mentioned? And the question was posed to Joe specifically because he had already had the Gemini
You wanted to
conversation
pull
open.
the room and insist. Instead of doing a simple search, you would have known in 30 seconds if you just went and figured it out. You wanted somebody to spoon feed it.
Joe already had the information open, so I wanted to know based on the numbers that he was providing with the Gemini conversation that he had already.
You know what?
Yours.
Oh, hold on.
Really
You know what?
offended by this.
All right,
No, not by you, by Abby. I'm more offended by Abby.
Florida.
Driving at the time? Wasn't I driving?
Jesus Christ.
All right, look.
In 100
If you were driving, then why did you come up?
Look.
Timothy, hold up.
Go ahead.
I just rehashed this to tell you how, like, you just came in hot, and we don't need to have this fight over this again, and you're just, today, for whatever reason, you're just animated, and like, getting worked up, but more so than usual. Really, it was just about the tone and your energy. It had nothing to do with shit you were saying.
Well, again, when the question
Let me hold on. Hey, let me try and address what you're discussing here. It's just statistics. At the end of the day, your question doesn't really have, are you talking about every political position? Because I was listing for mayors, city council members, all across the thousands and thousands of cities and counties that we have across America. I've already stated that it's only in 39 states do they even have positions. I already stated that there are more coming up, 35 that have one nominations in this cycle for 2026 midterms for Congress. So I went through the numbers. So when you say, tell me the percentage, are you like of what? Of the Democrat Party? Of which ones? Because not every position is up in the midterms either.
Right.
So you want you to take the 212
Hold on,
and
Mark, real
divide
quick.
it by the
Mark, I don't need help. I got this.
The point of where you don't have this is you don't actually address a topic. You don't address the point. I made a point, and you never actually responded to the point. If you want to make a point off the percentage, just say it.
No,
You have to lead me down Primrose Path by asking questions. Just say what your point is.
I got you, but I didn't, and this might sound clubhouse retarded, but I didn't have a point. I was genuinely curious. Okay, you said there were 200 and some odd total. You said there were 30 some odd across 39 states. And let me repeat my question again. And I thought I'd preface, hold on, I don't need any help here real quick. I prefaced the question when I asked it. I'm genuinely curious. Don't mean to be leading down a primrose path. Don't mean to be asking leading questions. I'm just genuinely curious because, like, it might make a difference in the totality and the grand scheme of things. What is the percentage of the total Democrat politicians, nominees, elected officials, specifically amongst Democrats, though, when compared to other total Democrats, what's the percentage of the DSA candidates and nominees and elected officials?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I know you couldn't.
How many total Democrat politicians there are?
But, Joe, that's why I wanted you to just plug it into your Gemini.
There's no way for me to know this.
He already curated the Gemini chat.
Can I talk? Okay. If we go back to that segment, and we shouldn't land too long on this, we had a great conversation going on before you came in here and rudely interrupted us. I literally told the room the actual prompt I put into Gemini. I said what it was, and you clearly could have done that yourself. When I give you what the prompt is, I know Gemini is free, and you can use it and do it yourself. Why didn't you?
Because you had already curated a conversation with Gemini that had given you numbers, etc. And all I was asking you to do was to simply ask one follow-up question. What is the percentage of the Democratic Party do these DSA candidates represent? And it wasn't, I mean, I could have, yes, but the problem really became a problem for me when Abby thought that she was going to come off the mic and say, let me answer the question, and then proceeded to go on a monologue and never mention a single number, nonetheless a percentage.
I mentioned my state.
Wait. How would you know that the number is right?
She never mentioned any number.
No, but how do you know what Joe's telling you is right if you're not going to look it up yourself?
She never mentioned it. I would have taken that as word because I believe Joe to be an honest arbiter. I would have trusted it.
Joe just... All right.
We have many positions.
Hold on.
There are many positions throughout the...
bro.
There are many positions.
Hold on, Abby, I know you want to respond. Hold on. Okay, this is what he's trying to do. He's get in here, center himself, control the conversation, talk about it. Just know what the issue really occurs here with him is that he doesn't really want to have an honest conversation with us about it, because Abby was responding genuinely about her life experience. Let me just finish. We have conversations. She was genuinely giving her take on what it's like dealing with in her state and how many DSA members have won nominations and are slowly taking over the Democrat Party, and she's giving an account of it, okay? So
She said, quote unquote, a lot.
She's adding to the conversation, okay? You're not adding to the conversation. You're just trying to fight with us because you want to prevent the conversation from happening. I feel
She shouldn't have said she was going to answer the question.
And with that said, Joe said it well. That shit dead, man.
Thank you.
She should have never said that she was going to answer the question.
Y'all talk about this shit for the last 15, 20 minutes, bro. That shit dead, man. Get back to the topic, bro.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to hear that shit no more. Respectful.
What's more important from it is the issue that they exist and that they're coming to a school board or a mayoral position or a state legislature near you. That's the point we were trying to make. And what's also important to note when you try to get the statistics is we have many positions that people run nonpartisan. It doesn't mean that they're not part of it, but they don't declare a party when they're running. Including our district attorney, our mayoral.
Yeah, most states are that way.
Can I finish? So it's sometimes a hard number to distinguish because the actual person in office has not declared a particular party, even though you know that they came from the Democrat or the Republican Party initially. However, I was giving my anecdotal, what I experienced in my state. What I experienced in my state, how they had taken over our state Democratic committee and the issue that our federal representatives had with them controlling the state Democratic committee and what transpired. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about our state house and the ones
You were talking a lot of hoopla, but you never answered the question that you said you were going to answer.
The bigger issue is that they exist. Thank you, Timothy, for letting me say that.
Let's move on.
The bigger issue is that they exist. That is some Nazi rhetoric right there. Look, it's not that the Jews are here. The bigger issue is that they exist.
Timothy speaking, come on, Porter. Timothy, go ahead. Set the topic, Timothy, go for it.
All right, man. So, honestly, I'm at work right now, man. I've been listening to y'all conversation, man. It's been a good conversation. It's been dealing for the last, I'm going to say 15 to 20 minutes where we somehow centered Florida heavy. So, I don't really have too much to say. I just want to continue listening, but that shit dead, man. Talk about something else, bro.
Go ahead. Go back to your echo chamber. I will retreat.
So real quick, Naveen, I put the number in the chat for Florida. I hope that should answer the question. There's only 4 running. That's 0.92% out of the 435 members.
I appreciate you, Omari. Thank God for Omari.
I can't believe we can't get off this. That wasn't even the point I made. We talked about throughout all of the country, okay? And that's not what the percentage is in relation to the conversation we had. You weren't here, Omar.
Yeah, I'm so sorry I brought this up. I answered him why he thought we were just being argumentative because he had a so-called different point of view, but like I did not think we were going to rehash this.
Let's talk about election fraud. Okay?
So coming to a state near you, so we could talk about all our different states and the voter rolls and the election fraud.
Because I was told, because Abby, I was told, or anyone on this app, I was told before, Donald Trump is delusional. In fact, I think Florida and others said it too. There's no evidence of voter fraud. I said, and I did this whole room where she went after me and was making all these comments. I said, the biggest problem is the registration. There is no registration issue. He was shouting and all that. There is no registration issue. I said, there is. There's these people, if they were registering, wouldn't they have found them? If they were, I said, no, dude,
You're telling me that people register, and I said, yes, and I went through it, and I said, the solution is to upload and force them to have to upload proof of citizenship so that in the back end it does it. He said, there's no evidence, provide me evidence. I said, it's there. Well, see, you can't provide anything. Now there's evidence, so I'm waiting for Florida to come and say, hey, you guys are right. There is evidence that this is being done. I'll wait. Let me get off talking. We have witnesses, so go ahead. It's a problem, though. People are. Wait, Florida needs to admit that he was wrong and that there is. We've got to admit there are people that are registered to vote in 2 states, which is a problem. Namely, Jared Kushner. He was registered in New York and New Jersey.
Actually, I must say I am guilty as charged. Coming from the great free state of Florida, now living in the Tejano state of Texas, I am guilty of being registered in 2 states at the same time. The issue is, hold on, Naveen, I haven't finished. I haven't finished. No, stop deflating. No, you're scared now. You're scared. Stop being scared. The problem. I said illegals being registered. No, so look at it. I myself no longer live. Yeah, let me explain. I myself no longer live in the state of Florida. However, the state of Florida has not yet cleaned up its voter roll to take me off of it.
Here's the thing I think that this guy goes nuts when Abby doesn't answer his
I'm illegally registered in Florida because the state of Florida hasn't taken me off of their vote. Voter roll.
Illegal resident.
Can we not just yell, you guys? We're yelling. Let's not do that.
I mean, it's ridiculous. When the guy tries to make and chastises Abby for not responding to this question, and I say illegals, and then Scott gaslights by saying people register in 2 places. I said there's proof that there's illegals who register, and then they gaslight. I mean,
I'm not
gaslighting. Right. So what about illegals?
That's not good. Don't interrupt the guys.
I would just say this. I wasn't gaslighting. If you felt gaslit, if you're tender, I apologize. I thought the conservatives were strong stuff, but I gaslight. I never really gaslight someone. When you're trying to do this, Jared Kushner did it, and you're trying to equate that to
I was kidding. I didn't know you were tender. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I apologize. I apologize.
You apologize. Let's move on.
About illegals. Undocumented. It's demonstrably proven that undocumented folks have a lower crime rate on average than national citizens. Lots of stuff, which makes sense, right? If I'm here, well, let me finish. If I'm here illegally, okay, I don't want to roll a stop sign, right? Because I'm enjoying making the money and I don't want to get sent home. So you're saying I'm watching my nose so that I don't get caught. But I'm so politically active and so motivated. I'm going to go commit that crime. When I'm trying not to, I'm going to put myself on the radar doing that. I think that's spurious. But maybe it happens. But I just don't think people that are trying to stay off the radar and in the shadows are going to say, oh, you know what? Well, let's fucking go to the register. I don't think that's going to happen a lot.
But I have a problem with borders. Like the free state of crossing the border illegally already sets you up as a criminal to start with. The free state of Florida claims to be very responsible and due diligent over their voter rolls. I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years, but for some reason I'm still registered in the state of Florida to this day. And I'm getting text messages from James Fishback's campaign as a result of it. And if the Republican Party, I'm getting text messages from the campaign. Stop. The James Fishback campaign is saying, hey there, Mr. Florida man. I know you're a registered libertarian in Florida. Today is the last day for you to register as a Republican to vote for me. And it's like, wait a second. How is James Fishback getting my phone number if I'm not supposed to be registered to vote? I shouldn't be registered to vote because the state of Florida is supposed to be responsible enough to take me off of their voter roll because I no longer live in the state.
For the same reason that I get messages about people in Pennsylvania that are running, and that what exists as stats and history within the state party, and what lists are being given for now text messages, or it used to be snail mail, it's completely different than I asked you, did you receive a ballot in the mail? Because, by the way, Naveen, I was in that room also with you when he said all this, and because he called me out also, because our voter rolls, we removed 160,000 names off them, and I was talking about how we had people registering at the DMV and getting mandatory ballots in the mail, and and they were non-citizens, and he didn't believe me. I was in the room as you with him.
Why hasn't Florida done the same thing? And if they have, why haven't I been removed from the voter roll? Is it because I have a white name and I'm a citizen?
So Florida, I think, and I'll be very honest with you, I think you're misunderstanding. So there's campaign lists, and those campaign lists, you don't know how old they are.
No, he's pulling this from the registered voter
Is that what he's
list.
saying? How do you know that?
Because he said, I know you're a registered
He
libertarian.
didn't say as of today. You were there at one point as a registered libertarian. I'm getting text messages from the old town. I live in Kent.
But I could look this up right now, couldn't I? I won't dox myself, but I promise to answer. I solemnly swear I hold an oath to honesty and transparency. I'm gonna look up my name and my info right now, and I will let you know if I'm registered.
Does Florida send mail-in ballots to every voter?
No, so that part would be irrelevant right now to the point of the conversation, Abby, because I'm not worried about the conversation isn't about whether or not I'm getting a voting ballot. It's about whether or not I'm registered still. I haven't lived there in 3 years.
But that wasn't my question. Does Florida send a ballot to every voter?
No.
Florida, I'll be your third-party verification for sure.
No, like I said, I'm not going to dox myself, but I promise if I'm not registered, I will say I'm not registered.
Yeah, but I would never betray you.
Beaver's crazy.
Leave it to Beaver.
Well, if you don't live there, how would it be doxing yourself? You can just scroll down.
Because it would still have my name, my middle name, my last name.
Are you ever
It would have the address that I used to live at.
In Florida, man, are you ever gonna change the Texas name?
No, I can't. You can take the man out of Florida, but you can't take the Florida out of the man.
So I'm confused. Did you register to vote in Texas?
Yeah, of course I did. It was one of the first things I did within the first 90 days of living there.
And have you voted in Texas since you registered to vote?
I did. Multiple times.
Did you vote for Trump in 2024?
I did, unfortunately.
Did you notify your county about deregistering if you're supposed to do?
No, I never notified the county or the Secretary of State or whoever oversees all of it. I never reached out to the state of Florida proactively and said, hey, I no longer live here. You need to unregister me. That's not supposed to be my responsibility.
Change your driver's license to Texas?
Yes, I have a driver's license. I have all of the fucking legal things necessary to live in Texas. And I haven't lived in Florida for 3 years.
How many people live in Florida?
I understand it. I'm still looking it up. I haven't gotten there yet.
I think it's hard to clean the register. I think they do it, like, don't they do it, like, so often, especially around census time? I don't think they have, like, some AI system that actually says, Florida man left yesterday, let's go ahead and remove him off the vote. It doesn't work
Well,
that way.
according to Republicans, it's supposed to work that way. They're supposed to be auditing and checking in every once in a while and being like, hey, does this person still live here? And if not, we should be taking them off the voter roll.
It's exactly what happened in my state. It took a while to finally get our Democrat Secretary of State to clean the transit. Actually, it doesn't happen automatically. We push for it.
You're chopping up. Yeah, you're chopping up. I think I understand what you said, but imagine, right? Like, you know, if someone moves tomorrow to, let's say, Maine or somewhere, right? I can imagine it's gotta take years
for the system to for someone to actually go in there and catch up. That would be amazing if they were able to do it in real time. I hear what you're saying for her, but I just don't see it working that way. But to Abby's point, did you receive a ballot? And that's where you start to ask yourself.
The state of Florida doesn't proactively send out ballots to everybody that's registered to vote. So no,
that makes
I
it a
didn't
safer
receive a ballot.
Right, so it makes it a safer voting system than a system where everybody gets a ballot regardless of where you. And then now,
I agree with that. I think sending out ballots ad nauseum, point blank period, to every single registered voter is kind of an insane thing to do. Number one, it's a waste of paper at the very least. And at the worst case scenario, it does open you up to the opportunity for like John Smith's dead or like late granddaughter to fucking vote on his behalf. It does open up the opportunity for some other guy named John Smith that may have somehow accidentally received John Smith other's ballot to vote on his behalf thinking that it's for him. Like, I understand how these things can create a problem, so no, I'm not okay with the state just sending out these ballots ad nauseum.
Yeah, let's put her to speaker. How about Monica? Would you like to share?
Either Michael or Ian, any of you show you?
Oh, I want to say, my dad passed away in
Voter status active. My voter status is active. Libertarian Party of Florida.
Kick this guy.
So we received a mail-in ballot the last year after he passed away for him to vote. I never really looked at that part of really that close, but because obviously Lord said that I could have opened it, just just put a check by Trump and just mail it right back. They wouldn't have known any different. That's weird that you still received a mail-in ballot, right?
I didn't receive a mail-in ballot. However,
My dad.
oh, gotcha. James Fishback is using the active registration information. I'm on the registration.dos.florida.gov website right now. I typed in my name and my birthday, and it gives me the old address that I registered on April 1st, 2011. Active.
But as a citizen, you also have responsibility as a good steward of this country to also notify them to say, hey, I'm no longer there. Like, come on, people. You want the government to do everything for you?
They'll usually take them off your stuff if they see that you haven't voted in your district in 2 federal elections. It's a federal law. It happens, I was an elections inspector for almost, I don't know now, maybe 16 years, and there are times where people come to vote, and they're just not in the voting, they're not in the poll book. And you have to call, I have to call the Board of Elections, I have to call my commissioner will check, and that's usually what happens. So what they do is they wipe, and they follow like this procedure. So first has to be, it's usually a period of 4 years. So if you haven't voted, it's why it's important to vote in your midterm, your special elections, because as long as you're active voting, then you're fine. But what will happen is they can't just remove you for not voting, period. But what usually happens is they do a period of 4 years, and they'll send you some sort of like confirmation, like confirm that you still live here if you haven't voted. And if for some reason they have some idea to believe, they'll just remove you. And I can't tell you the first election took President Obama.
That's not federal stuff.
No, it is federal. It is federal. Hold on. It is. 52 USC. Go look it up. It is. Don't tell me. I will
52 USC?
It is under the National Voter Registration Act. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but be fair, hold on, and follow the, to Dr. Senator Ted
I've only been an elections inspector in one state. Well, on federal law,
what was happening here in my state, I forget which election cycle, and they actually had the press out interviewing these people that were non-citizens that received the automatic ballot in the mail, and if they were registered to vote, they would have signed it, voted it, questioned whether that is be treated as a provisional ballot or just all through the system. You hope that it would have gotten caught as provisional, and they had to cure it and reject it. Now add to that ballot harvesting is legal in some states.
There you go, Joe, to that point right there. That somebody can die and their name not fall off the list. That's the same thing that creates the cause for concern that I haven't been willing to see. Florida's registration after 3 years is not like everyone on the state.
I get your point. That was one of the scariest visuals we're going to have in that book. I'll say something about that Abby and Joseph said, because they do have that article where it's, remember, someone came to the house and said, hey, wait, we see that you haven't been out here for why you still not home? It's 5 o'clock. And they said, we can take it from you. So that that ballot chasing, they know what you have to do. So that's
I mean, it's legal in my state, and we see how they go out of their way to. Yeah, if you're a member of something, like you're in a union, you're gonna harvest it through the union, you're gonna harvest it, I mean, the Dems are great at it, the Dems aren't so good. It's just 600.
But they didn't know that.
My balance sat my mailbox for about 4 days because I checked the mail. And my goodness. And what I just thought,
Only to be topped by then you get the ballot and you don't get around to mailing it in till the day of the election. And they have to wait to make sure they have all the ones that were mailed out that allegedly closed the work the day of the election to then finally count the votes. And then the ones that they can't read the postmark, they're still counting even though they are looking at it a week after the election. They know for sure that it was postmarked the day of the election.
That's not the song we're talking about. We're talking about the ballot harvesting and the dead people getting voted for. Yeah.
I forget that your state was also the state in Bucks County that told people they couldn't vote
You guys are retarded.
when early election was ending, and it had to have an emergency case to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to reopen the polls in Bucks County, which was probably the most determinative and important county in the state, that was basically going to determine the election. And we forget all the other issues that have happened with voter intimidation in West Philly, with Black Panthers showing up at the voting polls. That's your state of Pennsylvania, Scott.
Yes, now you guys are fucking vigilantes. It's not, dude. Pennsylvania is nothing but vigilantes trying to impose voter suppression and intimidation.
The only thing I'll add to Abby's, so with here, there's no evidence of widespread election fraud, there's no evidence of what, because it has to be. The election between Gore and Bush, it was settled by thousands of votes for Nagel and Chad's.
That's because they were wrong.
Everybody, you have to have a commentary after every single person. It's frustrating. Alright, so, Turning Point USA is starting to ballot harvest. I kind of don't like that. But, if it's legal, then we get to follow the law. Scott Pressler is amazing at getting people registered to vote. He's a very legend. We just have to, like, the narrative of scoffing at us about election integrity kind of puzzles me. Like, don't you want free and fair elections too? Don't you want your votes to count? Aren't you frustrated at the thought that your vote might be disenfranchised? So Scott, you're interrupting me again to be facetious and obnoxious. It's noted that you can't control yourself and you have to jump in and small comment. To which I reply, I'm actually glad that Biden, quote unquote, won the election in 2020 because it happened with allowed 4 years of cleaning and observation. And so I think Trump's second administration is stronger because of the 4 years. We're going to see. Do you have some concerns about the midterms? I think Iran is a huge problem. And I think there's other things that are going well that we should pay attention to and listen to voters. Thank you.
Such as what? Hey, Jay. How you doing, Jay? Okay, Jay asked me a question, Mark. Go ahead. What was the question?
I'm still incredibly pleased about border security. We saw a devastating impact of an unofficial open door policy to our country. I am okay with ICE rounding up illegal immigrants and sending them home. I think we don't know who's in our country and we should be aware and alert to them. And if they're really here because they want to become American citizens, there are people in line who've done it the right way that should be preferentialized over those who didn't.
But Monica.
What do you think, Monica, about? Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. Hi, Jane. Welcome. Go ahead, Jane.
Hi, Bima.
Oh, good. I was asking.
I was just wondering, what keeps you up at night, Monica? What prevents you from getting? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dima.
So, would you, Monica, be open to still maintaining the system that we have for becoming a citizen, but then also a registration process and identify, like to identify people coming into the country that can just come in and then we register them right away. There's no force. They could come in, they can't participate in elections or anything like that. And then,
Consent, though, to them coming in.
what was that, John?
If I don't consent to them coming in, though.
Well, the problem is the country is ran by we the people. So if you don't consent and I do consent, who takes priority?
So majority rules. Okay, got it.
Right.
So
we have a
Krauthammer, I had an answer for you, Big Mike. Charles Krauthammer, before he died, he did a PragerU video and he talked about the
PragerU video?
I activated Pepe. I'm sorry, y'all. Did not mean to do that. So he talked about the illegal residents here that have been here for quite some time and that are contributing members of society, and that we should review them on a case-by-case basis and not offer them citizenship, but offer them permanent residency. And because, and we've seen with the Supreme Court, the dirt right citizenship has been validated, their children will be American citizens. And so that would resolve the conflict. I thought that was a reasonable suggestion.
never thought that me, when I started out working as a server or working at Burger King, my first job, making $1.50 an hour, was where I got to end up. Or me going to the tobacco field, sticking tobacco as this 16, 17-year-old kid in the tobacco field of Connecticut. Okay, getting up at 4:30 in the morning. I did not think that was going to be my permanent career. I don't know why we're not teaching our children work ethic and value and what it means in community. I have no clue why we believe that these jobs are beneath food. No, these are your starter jobs. This is when you are at night, learning how to shovel time. I don't know where people get that degree or the answer. I land on that. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're the right thing. A lot of people's degree do not know what it means to have work ethic. You have values about putting in the hard state work. I land.
Yeah, when faggot retards say that these are jobs that Americans just are not interested in, that's what a faggot retard says. I know lots of Americans that would be interested in working at a high quality pizza restaurant. Faggot retard. Faggot retard!
not that I won't personally, because I don't believe that I should not give an American the opportunity to do that first.
I refuse, Edward, because there's a federal law. I mean, there's a very specific law that you have an illegal. You as the employer are going to have to pay a fine, and if you keep doing it over and over, the fine goes up, and it could be imprisonment. So if you're talking about hiring someone with work papers, it's
Illegal savvy, and that's the challenge I have because, I get a lot of people applying, and when we send them to the I-9 form, they do not qualify because they're not here as Virginia, green card holders or anything. And they, a lot of them don't even have a social, and if they do, we can't change anything. The social will get it all when they cross the border like a lot. And that's the hard thing. I land on this guy because I'm in debt here. I got to be very careful because there's a lot of sensitive information that we deal with families that come into our care. So there's a lot of things I have to do as an employer just to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So, Joe, you're correct 100%. We have way too many American business owners, especially south of the border, that's bringing way too many people onto their property. And that's why we have this issue with illegal immigrants. They know there's work here, and that's the trap.
I can tell you one place where it's a guarantee that 100% of the employees are going to be illegal, and you can see raids on them all the time. Last time I saw a raid was basically Obama was the one this. And that is at a car wash. Now, it's one of the worst jobs you can have, at least in Phoenix. Can you imagine 120 degrees maybe, and you're out in the fucking sun? It is miserable. And I mean, here in Phoenix, you're not going to, that's a job, quite frankly, the fact that they have to do that job, I almost feel like they deserve something special.
May I respond? If you've ever been to a car wash, you know that the overwhelming majority of those employees are like 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, maybe college students. I've got a membership at a car wash. Okay, well, I would love to travel to a couple of Phoenix car washes just to experience what it's like there, but in Dallas, overwhelmingly, it's fucking 16 to 23-year-olds.
That's the job.
I'm experiencing what Pepe's experiencing. By the way, the first time I went to a car wash here, I had an Elvis impersonator work in the car wash.
Wow. Hey, as a former veteran, I'd like to speak up for veterans that have served overseas and fought to the death to protect the liberty of this country from faggot retards that want to sit here and make excuses for illegal alien invaders and laborers. 25,000 people died in Afghanistan and Iraq defending our liberty, and all the illegal alien invaders should be removed by U.S. military, Army National Guard immediately. No excuses. If you're here illegally and the police or the military catch you, your ass is going to be grass, and we're sending your ass back. We didn't defend this country for hundreds of years so illegal alien invaders could come on here and go to fucking car washes so Pepe, the faggot retard, could go, these are jobs that Americans don't want to take. Faggot retards, we will take back this country from faggot retards. We will eject all the illegal alien invaders. Enough is enough. We are fighting, we are resisting, and we will win because faggot retards like Pepe are faggot retards who have no power, have no strength, and they are on conference call social audio apps all day long going, these are jobs that white people don't want to take. Tell that to the 25,000 dead Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq, faggot retard. Hello?
That's a good
Go ahead and get all of the people that are... Us existing without the immigrants, especially the illegal immigrants, this is not going to happen. Everything will fall apart. Everything's cheap here, or at least historically it was cheap for fucking reason. And as far as making it so that, yeah, you can get the Army and the National Guard to do that in the fucking world, I don't see that ever happening. But
said, because, guys, I live in California. And like you said, we have all kinds of vehicles, all of our car washes, all of our, like, I mean, it's just sad that we did this at a large scale, and the voting rolls and everything else, because they let every single person in DMV get an election. Yes, unfortunately, they are rigged. It's very sad, but thank you for sharing that.
Illegals are the movie. West Texas called the police. Call ICE on the fucking illegals.
But you know what's funny? I always consider
themselves to help.
this has actually been hashed to death. If you look at the reasons why you guys have turned blue, a lot of people immediately look at you guys
voting illegally.
So you guys did turn to a majority non-white state, and it's kind of somewhat gotten, well, it has gone blue with the change in demographics. But if you look at who's doing who's voting blue,
In California.
Jesus Christ!
Illegals voting illegally.
There we go.
I'm just trying to get clarification with states.
Another fucking spur. Two spurs going off in one space. Jesus Christ. No, it's actually the white people there that drastically started voting left, and it was Silicon Valley and basically all the people that migrated there that ended up like really turning that state to majority blue. It had little to do with the changing of the demographics. In fact, I think the Hispanics have largely started to even out more. Where I think even in this last election, I think California was also one of the states.
Did you study statistics in undergrad, PP?
Jesus Christ, another fucking retard.
Pepe, when you land Pepe, I want to. Yeah, and I want in. Go ahead and land. Finish up, Pepe.
Oh no, I'm done. That's all I was pointing out.
Okay, cool. Hey, look, and William, I wanted to lead right into you, so this is perfect. I think there's a correlation between homeless and drug use and illegal immigration. Clearly, the ones not filling these upward mobility jobs are many people that are homeless and drug addicted living in the West Coast. So we're replacing one part of our population saying, well, no one's going to work. Yeah, because they don't have the opportunity to work because illegals have taken their jobs. They're now on the streets, living on the streets, doing drugs. The Democrats then go and harvest both votes from the homeless and from the illegals. And this is how they're rigging their elections. William, what do you think about the correlation between homeless and illegal immigration?
There's a correlation there, but I wanted to start by saying, Pepe, California has always been predominantly blue. The way that it's broken up in the major cities and versus the more urban areas that are blue, and the country, if
and the only times I listen to it is when I'm like bored at work and stuff, and I need to cheer myself up. There's, someone that is, can't answer questions truthfully or, yeah.
Hey Jack, hey Tom, hey let's I got a question for the moderators. It's really for anybody in the room, I guess. I assume some of you
Just send this guy down.
excuse me, Pastor? Pastor.
Oh yeah, that guy's in Discord, isn't he?
He's in Discord.
Has that guy come into our room in Discord? I don't know, maybe I'm confusing.
I don't recognize it for Discord, but definitely here. One of the other people that I've only seen very few videos, it doesn't seem like he debates that much, is, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but something like Ozymandias or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I've seen like two videos. I really like his way of doing things. Because he seems very, very reasonable and just quite knowledgeable. And of course, Jana would just say that I just listen to people that agree with me. But yeah, I mean, I guess that is what it is. Also, to bring up something.
I can tell you for a fact, because I dated an illegal immigrant who overstayed her visa, and she was offered by 4 different people for as low as $500 a complete set of identity. Okay? They take kids who aren't old enough to be working, and they tell elderly people you get a social security number and everything that you need to pass the I-9 test. It's $500.
That's an interesting question.
Nope, it's not.
Whether, which I don't see it as illegal. I mean, they could try to argue the intimidation of it, but I don't know. I think you could.
Yeah, but who are they intimidating?
The 1960 Civil Rights Act.
Abby, who would they be intimidating? The illegals, right?
The two-spirit penguin, LGBTQAI, and whatever. They're not.
Lanciatori, scus.
What's how you guys doing?
Scus, lanciatori. I see.
Yeah, so this is the coming political argument. You can see the Democrats have been layering in the Jim Crow 2.0, and Trump has been making moves with this of what they've narrowed down the field of where they actually have to do this with the redistricting after the Supreme Court ruling that has come out. There's only going to be two handfuls of battleground House districts, so you don't really have to put them in every district. We already know there's like 210 Republican spots already locked up, or 212, and like 208 Democrat spots or something like that. It comes down to about a dozen seats that is going to decide the balance of power. So he just has to place them in these certain locations, because we don't have the manpower to spread it all across the country. He wouldn't need to. We don't have the same problem everywhere. But just doing this and putting this out there, along with his attempts now to lock down the mail-in ballots, that the post office is not going to deliver mail without states handing over their voter rolls, so the post office can cross-reference everyone that they deliver a ballot to is a registered citizen, or a voter that is registered and they are a citizen. He has had success in the courts here recently, as of last week, with that executive order, but they're challenging it on all fronts. So just be prepared, have a strong stomach this midterm, because he's doing what he can to try and squeeze it across the finish line.
But what the problem is, though, is that you had everybody was just anti-Trump leading up to 2020, and that it was actually very effective. And then you had this pandemic that made everything perfect. You had a good economy that all of a sudden puts an end to that. Then you have, whatever goes wrong in a pandemic, and things are going to go wrong. Trump was going to get blamed for everything. But this time, though, since Trump is been in office, I listen to the Democrats, and I don't see anything. What are they rallying behind?
They're rallying behind Democrat socialist talking points.
Hold on, John. I was just gonna say what he goes. You take that pause. You do a pause.
This isn't white America. This isn't a place where I'm talking
Come
shit.
on, bro. Why don't you move?
Pepe, they're rallying behind what Ilhan Omar is putting out. It's the same exact liberal, progressive, pluralist talking points that we've been hearing on this garbage app with low IQ trash, lonely, bored pieces of shit for years. It's never ending bullshit. CRT, BLM, LGBTQIA plus all the way. Restorative justice now, DEI, CRT. It never fucking ends with these fucking liars. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe in destiny or history. They only talk about their stupid reparations, their stupid fucking IQ, or their identity politics. That's all they have. They don't read anything. They don't go to the gym. They do nothing. Ilhan Omar should be arrested and deported yesterday, 100 days ago. We have to deploy the military in this country. If Donald Trump doesn't use his U.S. Army National Guard in every major sanctuary city come election day and arrest every illegal cocksucker who tries to vote in a fucking ballot, we have lost this country. Dear God, Donald Trump, deploy the Army National Guard to sanctuary cities immediately this summer now, and hold them there till November, till December, till January, till February, till June the next year. Deploy the soldiers now.
We get it. So, politically sanctuary. So you basically, if you're a victim of a crime, you call the cops. They're not going to ask your immigration status or if it's told to them. They're not going to deport you. If you're a witness, you can come forward. They're not going to tell lies. Basically, just so things can run, like with law enforcement and that kind of stuff. But if you end up, let's say, committing a crime, and you get arrested, they're definitely taking you over to ICE. So they cooperate with them, for the most part. Yeah, I don't know. It's has to be a good tactic that law enforcement should all cooperate with different states with ICE to start immigration. And to your point, is there any sanctuary cities that are red? Phoenix kind of was. Yeah, look, so what do you do when you know you have an illegal immigrant population? Now you have to understand they are going to live in poorer areas where there's higher crime. They were the people that like traffic them. They were the kidnapping capital of the country for years. These people are taken for ransom. All kinds of things will happen. And of course, if let's just say they witness something happening to an American, they can go to the police. They can talk. It's just like, all right, because you're doing this, which is essential for our job, we're not going to hand you over to ICE. I think that's reasonable. But when it comes to criminals, or if neighbors that are like pulling you over, the neighbors is like, I'm gonna put you in jail, find out you're illegal. They'll call ICE. So they don't try to not work with ICE, but it's just like, okay, if it's something that's essential, that like you volunteering as a witness or you reporting being a victim of a crime, yeah, we'll work with you. We're not gonna fucking get you deported. I think that's reasonable. Like California is different. They don't have a nickname. It can be a child molester. It can be any number of horrible things. What they'll intentionally do is that the California Department of Corrections, if ICE will have a retainer on them, and they'll say, hey, let us know when your guy's getting out and what precincts we need to pick him up and send him back to, like, let's say Mexico. California will deliberately not tell them what crime or what prison the inmate is being released from to avoid that person from being removed, which I think is absolutely fucking asinine. I personally know people, like several people who've been deported from Mexico to America, just for acting like an asshole in Mexico. It's pretty typical there. So I don't know why, it's just virtue signaling bullshit.
Dude, the LA County jails for sure, all of the sheriffs, the vast majority are Latino.
Yeah, it's like the cops here, like largely Latinos.
So not only will they do what you're talking about, literally, like if you've ever been to county jail, there's this whole process. It takes you anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to actually get out on the day you're supposed to be released. Right? And everyone can certainly release them. They will not only do what you're talking about, they will literally like release people early. So even if the ICE is trying to guess when they're going to get out, they'll alter it just to help people out. At least that's the rumor that's going around among some sheriffs who are kind of against that. Because they say the largest gang in LA County is the sheriff's gang. It's within the sheriff's gang.
They have like their own little gang within the sheriff's department.
It's called something or other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so, I never like read that quote, not quote, excuse me, Father something Sheen, this is like from the 60s, and he was talking about things like, what I see in this world is going to happen and accelerate. He's talking about how, like, they're going to start, like, this empathy, they're going to start having for the predators, the victimizers. They're going to, basically forget about the victims, those that are caused harm. And you saw, like, this, you definitely saw that. And this video was really viral, like, 5 or 6 years ago. And I think of all of this, like, criminal justice reform, by
That's why immigration is such an important issue, because it touches at the heart of ethics, virtue, and law and sensitivities. And can you stomach watching a guy who's been here 15 years illegally get ripped out of this fucking country, maybe even shot and killed, and his wife and children removed? These are very difficult questions, and emotionally, these types of situations are happening left and right. Lots of people are dying in this legal law enforcement of our immigration law. It takes extreme violence in many situations to enact the law. And many of these people are dangerous and willing to fight to the death in order to remain here. That's how great America is. Huh!
Right. I saw a white Karen get shot when she was, I don't know what she was thinking. She's in like a 1.5 to 2 ton automobile and thought she was going to go ahead and just veer off in his direction. She shot him. I mean, he shot her. Then you had that nurse who, once again, he had a gun. Yeah, maybe the officers fucked up. But at the end of the day, I know if I'm carrying a gun on me, the very last thing I'm going to do is get visible with the cops. Like, that's just not going to happen.
I would just ask any American to run the simulation through your imagination. If I were to go to India, Russia, London, Argentina, if you were to go to any other country and just set up shop and say, fuck it, I'm not leaving, I'm gonna live here, I'd like to be included in your city. Hello?
Vote for Brandon Johnson for mayor. Just break up his routine. He's just trying to record and make his clips.
This is obnoxious.
I know.
He's just trying to create his clips.
What you got to do is learn. Okay, I'm somebody who, and I've lost it. It's like something you lose. I think it's like it's a perishable skill. But I was always in like the showman mode, where I was always ready to attack, ready to crack jokes, ready to troll. Like it was hard to even get out of the trolling, that I would do. And it's like you have to perfect your trolling. You see, you do kind of the same thing every time. Sometimes it hits. It's not, but it's most oftentimes it doesn't. Do something original. Surprise people.
I don't know. I think the days of trolling on Clubhouse are gone. Like,
I think they are too. Yeah.
Right. Like that era is over. That was season 2 or 3.
Yep. That's when I stopped trolling. I mean, I do it occasionally when it's like I can tell that this person is gonna take the bait and they're a real asshole. Sometimes I do it to Monica. I don't dislike Monica, but Monica's. She's just the perfect bait. But clean fun.
You're such a little squirt, Pepe, Pee-Pee.
It's just how it works.
The soft grade bait troll, where I try to keep throwing out there to get them to rage. And look, I catch them once in a while still. But the idea is not me talking, it's them talking.
Being my bro.
That low-key passive-aggressive troll.
Like one of the best trolls is if you sound 100% reasonable to them at least, and then you just fucking chuck a wrench in there really quickly with your logic ain't consistent, but then you say something that will grossly offend them. You're like, wait, why does he think that? But if you can come up with a way to just like basically make it sound very reasonable, they're going to be kind of dumbfounded yet like really insulted, and then they're going to want to like you'll kind of pique their curiosity, and so they're going to ask questions and all of that jazz. I was a piece of shit. I trolled people way too much back in the day.
Dr. Responsible Ricky Troll. He'll fly with you.
Yeah. Anybody who's trolled enough, will probably, they'll come to realize, likely through coincidence, that like that is a troll to use, and that is but of course, that's only something you can do in a somewhat serious space.
Yeah, but the problem with that is most of the people that are easy to troll are hog mics anyway, so they'll go on and on and on. And if they don't know you're trolling them, then they're likely to go on even longer. And it's like Joe was keeps using this gish gallop and trying to shorten people's time. We should be encouraging people to land their plane within 2-3 minutes max. Right? Let people who are new on the stage speak and just shorten people, especially the repetitiveness. How many times has right, but how many times has Florida said exactly what he said in this room today? Like over and over. I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day sometimes on this app.
Yeah, that's why he was never like somebody who could entertain or have like large spaces. So like how it works, like if you were to look at over on X, it's kind of like what Clubhouse used to be in a way, but perhaps even dumber. But they kind of like a popularity contest. And so people who have like the larger audiences, they'll bring people up on their stages who also have large audiences. There's kind of preferential treatment, and then if you're somebody like me, and I'm invited up in a black space back in the day, all of the black people like, oh, this cracker ain't got no bean in this bitch. All right, I'm gonna smoke his ass. I'm gonna ask him all kinds of questions, and then they ask things, and then they try to put me down and insult me, and then thought it was very entertaining to do that. But in other words, you couldn't really hog the mic back then because like the people who were running the rooms kind of they were going to center the people that people wanted to like hear, because it was basically who was gonna cause the most drama. And really it's very all this was kind of like a Jerry Springer show. You know, in all reality, it was like not that serious. You could be the most like outrageous and in an entertaining way.
I mean, I look at Clubhouse like the news, bro. When the news, you see the news when they report good shit, don't nobody care about that shit. When you report some bad shit, drama, that's when the views tick up. It's the same way with Clubhouse, bro. That's why you got your race titles, you got your political titles. It's all about drama. But at the same time, it's a fine line between drama and conversations.
Hey, it's Michelin. Hey, what's up, my favorite Michelin? Natali, what's up, bro?
Shut your goddamn mouth, Pepe. Watch your mouth. Don't call me that.
True moderators, they know how to balance the two. They know when to spice it up, spice the room up, and then they know when to calm the room down. But
yeah, you guys do an awesome job of that, to be totally honest. And the way you hand it off, like one person will take the lead for a while, and then the enforcer will come in, more so than I think any other room. You guys got the moderation down.
Most of us are OGs. Like back when I would do my rooms, Matt was on here, and so was Bieber. They were on here before. But they were always like my number one. No, Mon was always my number one, but they were like my number twos. And then, like all of us here, we have like years of experience. Before I was on here, I was used to doing the moderating on fucking, Discord. And so yeah, there's a style, but at the end of the day, we kind of like come on here, I think, and we all kind of know each other. We know who has like different opinions on this app. You know, there's people that are more left-leaning, that they have their rooms. I don't really go in there much, mainly because I know that, you know, they don't want to hear me, and I'll just get picked on, so I just don't really go over there. But, you know, anyways, it's kind of like we know each other, so it's like, why are we going to be performative on this app where there's way less people and we all know each other, kind of where we stand. But everybody still has like disagreements to an extent with each other, and so you can talk about shit.
I think what this current Trump room version does well is we'll let a mod be the antagonizer or even playing the devil's advocate side of it on a position. For example, Pepe will take the anti-Israel position against pro-Israel people.
Good luck with your Clubhouse life as if it even mattered.
And let Pepe have a segment, go to segment, and then not feel like I have to involve myself, or vice versa. Go into something about Democrats, and I'll hit on Democrats, and other mods will look for that moment too, and it just kind of switches back and forth. And mods not feeling like they have to be heard, but I just do it for the lulls.
I just want to be clear. I'm not even anti-Israel. I'm just like, when it comes to them trying to sell this war, sorry, dude. I just completely disagree. There's a, with a lot of people.
Deleted and we'll never hear from these
Coming on the
cards again.
stage. It's not because I dislike Israelis or Jews. But I mean, if it's a bullshit, if it's bullshit, if it's a stupid idea, and they're feeding us a line of bullshit to kind of talk us into it or persuade us that we're not the ones pushing us to do it. I'm sorry, if it was like the French or the British, I'd have the exact same fucking.
The French and the British.
We do good not arguing with each other. Kind of like Beaver will take the position, Carmelo Anthony, he got 2 men years. And I'm like, well, Carmelo Anthony didn't get enough years, but we don't let the conflict get between us on the debate. You rile up the rest of the speakers, get them involved in the debate,
Yeah, and not only that, you don't have to respond to everything. Like in some rooms, the moderator has to respond to everything that's said. And I've noticed most of you guys will. If someone else can make the point, like you figured out who's going to make the point, and you prompt that person who's going to make the same point you would make, and let someone from the audience make the point instead of doing it. So the mods come across way less ego-oriented.
Try to be a white woman and get your foot in the door. Go ahead. This is sucky.
You're white devils. You just deserve it. But
Not a devil, you are.
Yep, absolutely. And well, here's the thing. Like, this is Matt's room. He's the primary mod. The primary reason, like, for example, I don't open rooms anymore is just like a few years ago you did way different. It's a lot more like entertaining when you're doing it to like a large audience, especially if you don't know who they are. And it was entertaining a crowd as opposed to like talking to people you already know.
Pepe Show doesn't pay the bills.
On here, we all kind of know each other. It's Matt's room. I don't have to like be at my phone the whole time. I can be half listening. I can hear that, I'll listen, I'll see how people respond to each other. And, oftentimes, yeah, you're right. I don't have to make there's no reason I have to make a response. And I think most of us here, it's like if we hear something that really piques our interest, then we're just going to like respond. It hit us in some certain way that like maybe it wouldn't hit the other mods.
What else to take to Joe's point? To have 2,463 members, I see this also.
It's a redundant brain rot show.
15,000, 20,000, 30,000. So, I mean, on my mom, people might not pay attention to numbers, but I'll pay attention. I know for a fact this house is doing what it's supposed to do. So, maybe others are doing what they're supposed to do.
This current iteration is going around, and I told him it's one of that.
You guys don't.
Some of us used to hold pretty nice rooms on topics. I used to hold one on education, and it got big, but dumbasses from other rooms, Dan, came in and blew it up. What about you guys? Any rooms that are growing or just stagnant?
Hello?
No, everything's stagnant here. Well, this room's been kind of like, we haven't had like a right-wing room on Clubhouse that like had any real numbers in a while. I'd say these rooms are doing it, so that's a plus.
It's also the nature of kind of where things are at. One, the app was fresher and newer.
I know a lot of people that had first joined this app, they'd never even done social media like Pepe has done Discord, and I did Periscope and things like that. So this isn't like a
Post this shit
There
on
were
Fox
many
News.
people here on
Yeah,
this
I'm
app
Gen
that
Z,
felt
and
like
yeah, I
this
don't
did.
want to work.
The other part of it is when it comes to right-wing discussions, it's always a lot easier when your party's not in power. So
Exactly.
Biden,
Exactly.
yeah, and this isn't just on Clubhouse. This is in media too. So right-wing podcasts, their numbers are down, viewership across the board. Because who wants to go and listen to? Oh wow, yeah, Trump deporting some more illegals. What a good job he's doing. No, people want the outrage. They want a place to cope. That's why you're seeing like the politically incorrect and the 420 room. These rooms, they have all people are, they're yearning for a place to cope with like-minded people, so they know that they're not alone during this agony of the Trump administration. And that's what a little bit different though. When we did it here between 21 and 24, we were literally going through medical tyranny, where they had us locked down in our houses. We couldn't go out to the bars. We couldn't socialize with anybody. So they were coming and arresting some of us for attending a rally in Washington, D.C. It was nuts for the first couple of years. And I don't know if we'll ever recreate that moment.
That is the thing. It's like I was somebody who was like addicted to it. I really was having so much fun doing it. And like the trolling. First of all, I think everything gets old. The topics that I would like to talk about, 5 or 6 years ago, in the height of like BLM, like I've been after black people when I first came on this app, primarily. You're basically trying to destroy all of the BLM, narratives. Today, I would say that's rather mainstream. And most people are like, yeah, BLM fucking suck. Yeah, no, they're. In fact, I have N-word fatigue. Fuck these people. And it's just like, oh, okay. So that was edgy back when I would say that kind of shit. But today, it's nothing. But even the trolling and getting a reaction out of people and like making people laugh and all that shit was fun. But then
This
you
isn't
continue
your
doing
LinkedIn
it, it's just like,
credibility or
it's
Clubhouse
doesn't
is
offer the same high anymore. And yeah, everybody was like Parlor was shut down. All of the right were getting kicked off of YouTube, Twitter, and what did you have? You had Discord, that's about it. And
Always should have let Pepe away from me with Molly singing everywhere.
Yeah, Joe Biden in 2021, he comes on and he does that speech. The largest threat to America is white supremacy. And then you have like this, random, 18, 19-year-old black girl goes on social media and she hears Pepe in a clubhouse room talking about, white America's. I can only imagine that there were true believers that bought into this stuff, and then their emotional reactions that came out of it from that point on.
Yeah, it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, but if Pepe is the all or nothing of what white racism is and structural racism is on the internet, then it's nothing. It doesn't even exist. It's just a mirage and an illusion.
Can't change the troll here. In fucking clip farm.
It's so he did somewhat have a point. My white racism was not. First of all, I'll let you know a secret with white racism. They will never get along. White racism. They'll never be able to have I should say I'm not the thought leader for white people. White people think all kinds of things.
It was me! It was me! There it is.
realize
I've already read it. You guys have already cut me off.
Wisconsin State
I've
Capitol,
already
Ohio,
mentioned it. I've
Ohio
already
State
mentioned
Capitol. Oh, by the way, the Ohio State Capitol one happened during the proceedings where they actually were trying to stop a state proceeding from occurring because they felt that the state was racist. So that sounds like an insurrection. Well, anyway, okay. Then you had California, then you had California, Colorado, and then federal property damage at the Mark Hatfield United States Courthouse, and they did nightly clashes there, and they lit fireworks and small fires, and the police had to reinforce the exterior structure itself to make sure it didn't burn down, but it was close to being burnt down. And then you mentioned the St. John's Episcopal Church.
Our federal courthouse in Las Vegas also got attacked. They got arrested here, and then they killed a cop. And I put that one in the
Every
chat.
major sanctuary city in 2020 got overrun with BLM riots.
No, it's not.
Every city in
It's a
2020.
mixed city. It's not supposed to be
Las Vegas, okay, Nevada's a purple fucking state.
purple, and our sheriff is now our governor.
That is purple, just like Marshall Rankin's balls.
They are the perception of Arizona. Abby can tell me if I'm wrong. We're a purplish state.
Yeah, purple.
So do y'all have?
Hold on.
So do y'all have the
Okay,
no?
shut up and let me finish.
Yo, bitch ass.
No,
I've
you
been
got
cut off the boat.
bitch.
I've been cut off the boat.
Okay, fuck this shit. Okay, our
Yeah, purple.
They are rather no nonsense even compared to Arizona when it comes to like their cops and law.
The cops are very tough here.
And so you just don't fuck around. If you think it's a crime, just don't do it. That's just how it is.
But they definitely killed a cop. They killed a cop. No, I'm sorry. They paralyzed a cop. A guy paralyzed a
At that
cop.
time, they were run by Dems. Las Vegas.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Because
Well,
I used to live in
yeah.
I used to live in Aurora. The police, honestly, they seem real lenient. I never had any problems. Didn't even get pulled over for speeding or anything. I mean, I'm not a speeder and stuff, but yeah, that's just how lax they are over there. And I was shocked because you said that there was an event in Las Vegas and y'all are purple. Well, New Orleans is kind of pretty much blue, and I didn't see anything too drastic coming from there. There were protests in March. I wasn't a part of it. I just happened to be there because I lived there and stuff. But
Our
yeah,
sheriff.
y'all are real
our
radical out west.
Our sheriff
Wild West.
the sheriff is very, very tough here. And the old sheriff is now the governor. Present sheriff as well. You can't get away with anything here. It's a very tough place.
Arizona.
So in New Orleans, they were tearing down the statues and throwing statues into the Mississippi River. So there was violence going on. But I just want to remind everyone, Rob, what happened with that segment, and I'll pass the mic and I'll let everyone else fight over it. Look, Rob makes disingenuous attempts to ask questions. The list is so long of Democrat violence that he doesn't give enough time for us to go through the list. So everyone's trying to add into, well, this is what happened in 2020, this is what happened in 2020. Let me remind you, how we got on this topic was we raised the idea about how much violence has come from the left in the congressional baseball shooting that occurred against Steve Scalise. And then I was bringing out a list to talk about the others, and then we went into the BLM story right away. So we never got an attempt to...
But Joe, this is how Rob Gulati fucks his victims.
Like bringing up how biased the media was, how biased the media always is. Where if you're a victim of a left-wing attack, like for example, on the congressional baseball team, it's just like, oh, a congressman with a rather controversial history, and basically they're painting a picture, and they just want to basically say, oh, well, this motherfucker had it coming. Whereas they will absolutely paint you as fucking Hitler, reincarnate. They need to send everything and anything after you that at the government's disposal in order to neutralize you or take you into custody if you have a different belief. Like, this is what they've been doing for fucking years.
So I just want to finish out the list, and then we can go back to the BLM riots that occurred in 2020. Look, in 2022, there was a plot or an attempt on Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's life. In 2025, there was the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The assault on Rand Paul in his yard by his neighbor, who is a known anti-Trump Occupy Democrat supporter. The assault on Larry Elder in California in 2021, when they threw eggs at him, from a gorilla mask. You remember the fat white liberal woman that dressed in the gorilla mask and threw eggs at him? There was then a plot against Republican officials in 2025 at the National Mall with a folding knife and Molotov cocktails. We had other incidences of then who can forget Thomas Crooks that attempted the kill on Donald Trump, and Ryan Ruth that was in the West Palm Beach, Florida. So that's just to name some of them, along with all the other violence. I think the Democrats have the violence problem.
Don't forget that nigga faggot retard Dr. Adams and what he did to Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. And I'm glad he does. He does the same shit.
Like, that's the difference between me and you guys. I won't try to spin any of that. I can't spin any of that. It's not, I don't believe in.
You can't spin it, that's the way you spin it with your victims, Rob.
In America, in terms of especially for black people, won't work well for us, moving politically motivated violence. Like, I'm not trying to spin it like it's an acceptable thing. The problem with you guys is you guys will go to every great limb to like, if we, let's say we just talked about what happened on January 6th, and we can talk about the guys in El Paso, we can talk about many things. We can talk about the people in Minnesota that got killed, what was it, like a year or two ago? Response or lack thereof. We can talk about it.
Wasn't the mayor of Portland also part of when they came in Portland? Wasn't he kind of part of the organization?
No, the mayor of Portland back in 2020, he was a liberal. But what happened is he was living in a condo high-rise near downtown Portland. He actually had to move from there because they constantly shot off fireworks outside of the building where he was living. So obviously, it would drive the neighbors as well as himself.
Gosh, Shapiro's house get like some attack. I mean, I remember talking about that about a year ago. So it's like we can go to different attack. But what I'm saying is, you guys are all.
But Ben Shapiro was likely,
I'm talking about the governor.
Yeah, the governor Shapiro was likely attacked by somebody who was like an Islamist, or somebody on the left.
He was a pro-Palestinian guy that attacked him, and he was on Passover night. He attacked the house. He tried to, and he set the house on fire in one of the rooms in the downstairs of the governor's mansion.
I just want to fact check something because I went on Gemini, which I know Rob has access to. The 2025 assassination of Minnesota lawmakers. According to Gemini, this had nothing to do with Donald Trump. He said it did. Right?
No, I didn't. I said it had nothing to do with
It also says nothing to do with this.
That's what I said. I said about his response.
Yeah, there's no response. There's no response to it. There's nothing listed here about response. So it was a state issue. It was a state issue. Let me finish.
Yeah, I said his response to it.
Yeah, there was no response to it, bro. There's nothing the federal government can do. It's a state issue.
No,
bro.
I said.
You have no idea about this stuff. So anyway, let me finish reading the incident. June 14th, 2025, a gunman named Vance Bolter, dressed in a fake police uniform, and attacked the homes of prominent Democratic lawmakers. He shot and killed Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, while also severely wounding Senator John Hoffman, his wife. Bolter acted on his own. Federal prosecutors on hit list of nearly 70 politicians, abortion providers, and activists. While Bolter was radicalized by intense partisan anger and local outcry, the investigation found no direct link orchestrating his actions. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely horrible shortly after. Wait a minute, let me read that again. He said there was no response. Trump publicly condemned the acts as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. This is ABC and the New York Times, and let me read that again. Trump publicly condemned the attacks as absolutely terrible shortly after it occurred. Oh, and it says here, Bolton was appointed by Walz to a position within his administration, but was upset that his positions were not being listened to. So Walz knew who the guy was, and he worked for Walz. So, so it's important to get the facts right, Rob, when you say Trump did have a good response to it. Gemini says so, so there you go.
I heard the guy who attacked Josh Shapiro's house.
And New York Times.
In the chat.
Oh, and Josh Shapiro's house was a left-wing radical, who was anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, was pissed. And even Josh Shapiro says...
Left-wing radical, that's what you were saying, his house, or just him?
His victim voted against illegal Medicare for illegal aliens. That's why he had to whack her out, because she voted against Medicaid for illegal aliens in Minneapolis. What do you think about that, Rob Gulati?
Story before, if I'm not mistaken, there's so much in the algorithm. Thank you for.
I want to read the motives of that. So that was the incident was done by a guy named Cody Allen Balmer, 38-year-old former mechanic and wielder from nearby Pembroke, Pennsylvania. It says the motive. According to the search warrants for Balmer's 911 call, he targeted Governor Shapiro over perceived injustices to the people of Palestine. That sounds like a Republican motive. You know what? Rob was right. That's a Republican motive, supporting the people of Palestine, criticizing the governor's public stances regarding the war in Gaza. While the attack occurred during Passover weekend and Shapiro is Jewish, Balmer later denied that the governor's religion played a factor. His family also noted that they had tried unsuccessfully to get Balmer to help. Balmer is pronounced progressive and says that the governor's stance on issues related to Palestine were concerned. Legal outcome. October 2025. Balmer pleaded guilty to attempted murder, terrorism, burglary, and 22 counts of arson. Accepted a plea and was sentenced to 25 to 50 years in state prison. So Joe, add that as another one to left-wing violence, this time against a moderate, considered a moderate Dem, just because he's Jewish and supports Israel.
Let me recap the day.
Then gave $5 million to the Islamic Center in Pennsylvania, by the way.
Let me recap the day in 10 to 20 seconds. Look, I mean, this is what we've made the assertions about the DSA taking over the Democrat Party. We're making assertions about how Democrats in the supporters of the DSA have a violence problem. However, moderate Democrats, quote unquote moderate Democrats, just dismiss it as, well, this is just radical fringe elements of the Democrat Party, or this is just right-wing rhetoric that y'all are making up. I mean, they're either willfully ignorant or they know exactly what they're doing in these rooms, and their attempt is to try and dissuade us or out of it or change the topic so we don't expose the.
I wanted to ask you a question a few seconds. I didn't want to cut it for anyone, but is there anyone from Mississippi or Alabama in the room and not from a liberal blue city? Anyone from Red County? I live in Alabama now. Right, but you grew up where I grew up. It's a little different. I need someone that actually grew up in a red county in either Mississippi or Alabama. It's just because I like to get diverse perspectives, because most of you are coming to cities, so